right. So, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News. This is the Snort Report. I am your host. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Hopefully you guys are doing well, and so on and so forth. And we're here with more of that DSP FGC drama. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always I'm a hound for that. So that's what we're going to be speaking on today. It should have the I'll name this segment later, should already be out for this. So this is just kind of following up. This is super late at the time I'm recording, and I can promise you that. It's super late. But it is what it is, better late than never. You know what I'm saying? So on and so forth. So let's go ahead and jump into one of my favorite segments. Hopefully one of your favorite segments as well. Hopefully. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my TED Talk. Now, normally, you don't have too much to say when it comes to DSP starting drama with the FGC. His eternal hatred for them and in his own mind, their unwillingness to recognize his greatness is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. And his bewilderment to why they don't accept him, why they don't respect him, why they don't feel like he deserves some type of acknowledgement is pretty crazy, being that he ain't shitted on them for, over a decade. You know what I mean? Like, if you really, really go back, since DSP's been on YouTube, he's shitted on the FGC in some way, shape, or form. He shitted on all of the big names in the FGC for the most part in one way, shape, or form. And he has proven, I believe, time and time again that he was never as good as people think he was. He was a fraud, he was a poser, he was a fake. And the one game that he did show glimmers of whatever you want to call it, he still wasn't good enough to win at that game on its biggest stage when the majority of his competition was already washed out or had already moved on to other games or who just chose to boycott the tournament. And I think that bothers DSP greatly, and it should. And I'm happy for him on that. I'm happy that he's pissed the fuck off that a community that he has shatted on for really no good reason. He wants to be acknowledged. He wants acknowledgement from. He says that there's all kinds of dirty, grimy shit that goes on in the FGC, and he's not willing to expose it. He has to wait till someone else does it. But also, why would you want acknowledgement from people who you yourself say go against your moral fabric or fibers, right? People who are not honest, upstanding people. Why do you want acknowledgement from those people then? That never made sense to me. But then again, there's a lot of things that DSP says and does that don't make a lick of fucking sense, to be honest. Anyway, we are currently in the saga with Button Check. So, as you guys may or may not know, I'll give you a quick synopsis. Button Check is basically it's an FGC news channel. There's actually quite a few. He focuses on pretty much all of the major news. He doesn't actually go through everything because there's a lot of news that comes out of the FGC. And if DSP was smart, being that he on Twitter all the fucking time, or X anyway, he would take advantage of that, but he don't because DSP's stupid. So, but Button Check tries to cover what he can. Certainly enough to fill, no pun intended, a 5 or 6 day news week. But there has been some talk as it pertains to Street Fighter 6. A lot of people have some issues with it. Really in the fact that there's just not enough content, it doesn't feel fresh enough, so on and so forth. DSP, as you guys know, has chased the FGC over 3 platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, and has shown the exact same results. And he's been bitching and complaining about it while also taking talking points off of Twitter or /X and trying to incorporate that into his own argument and try to make it seem like it's his own. Or he exaggerates on what's being said and tries to pass it off like people in the FGC are speaking on, are agreeing with him. In any case, I think I did the initial video where DSP talked about it, talked about his gripes. I'm pretty confident I did the Button Check video where they responded to him. So this is basically the 3rd video in our saga where DSP is responding to Button Check, basically. And because DSP is such a worthless, useless bitch, any person who either sides with him temporarily or otherwise, or who at least is willing to possibly see things his way, or from his perspective at the very least, DSP tries to latch onto. Obviously, as time has gone on, nothing really came out of this, but we'll save that for the next video in this particular saga. But let's not jump the gun. Let's just go ahead and let DSP gush over somebody in the FGC, giving him some recognition. Button Check is a very respected member of the FGC as it pertains to their media. As most of you know, he has Button Check, or Ernesto, has had a history with LTG going back years and years and years and years. And something you guys might not know, actually, and then we'll move on to the video at hand, is one of the knocks against Ernesto was that shooting, that Madden tournament shooting that they had some years ago in Florida. And he made a video on it. It was monetized, you know what I'm saying, so on and so forth. Well, LTG was one of the guys who signal boost that shit, that, hey, look at him taking advantage of, you know, people being killed and shit like that, and so on and so forth. The beef allegedly started a little bit before that, but that was LTG's way of getting back at Ernesto. LTG didn't give a fuck about anybody who got killed out there. It just had, you know, whatever he could use to get back at his enemies. No different than what Wings does, Rich does, DSP does, same shit. Ironically enough, though, in Girl World, there are two members, one a reactor and one an anti-reactor, who also had friends who also went to that Madden tournament. I think they know at least a few of the people who got shot, unfortunately. But they're beefing too, and they've been beefing for a number of years, being Garlic Bread and Your Mom and Yo Mama. So that's a little interesting bit of crossover in these little locale communities. We can I'll speak on that later though, because that thing in Girl World, as it pertains to those two, at the very least, is kind of an interesting story, and I'll see how that pans out, and then I'll see how I decide to bring that to you. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and kind of speed running this a little bit. And let's go ahead and move on to our next scene. First couple of rounds of SnortBucks is on me. You guys already know this. And let's see if we can get our video started, at the very least, or get it going. Let's see here. I think this should be it right here, actually.
You know,
Yes, it is. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, first off, big ups to Raw Phil, where this was cut from. Big ups to Diggs, who actually did all the edits for me, so to speak. And our situation, you go ahead and read this one more time, and then we can go ahead and move on to it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Raw Phil. This is Darksydephil response to Button Check and the FGC. This is from February 11th of 2025. Oh boy. Just another attempt of DSP trying to get some type of recognition from the FGC, good, bad, or otherwise. And it really tells the story, I think, on why he is disregarded the way he is. And the fact that he can't accept that is fucking amazing. Because he keeps telling people, I'm not part of the FGC, I'm not a competitive player anymore, so on and so forth, I don't care. But then he's quick to interject himself any way he sees fit. So make of that what you will. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, I don't smell no bacon cooking. So let's go ahead and get into this proper, and we'll see what comes out of it. Here we go.
Conclusion of Dark Souls, Call of Duty last night. We got to talk about our goals, and we got to talk about hitting them. We got to talk about a lot of things today. But the major focus of today's show is that I am going to directly respond to Button Check. This is a guy who makes content in the FGC. He's talked about me once or twice before, and he's a very neutral party. What I mean by that is, even though he is part of the FGC, and for some reason the fighting game community hates me, figure that one out. I guess it's because everyone hates me.
Even though most people don't even talk about him, and the few that do, it's because DSP has interjected himself into something, usually saying something stupid or offensive, and he gets clapped back at. But he didn't do nothing wrong, though. He was a good pig. He did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. He was a good piggy.
Right. Basically, when he covers me, he basically like tries to get something out of things that I say in my content.
That's funny how he thinks that's something unique only to him. Ernesto does that for everybody. That's how you tell a story. But whatever. You know, Phil has his own personal bias and prejudice, so he automatically assumes people have it too, unless it can benefit them in some way. Take all of that in
and present it to an audience in a more neutral way, you know, almost like a devil's advocate perspective, which is a good way to do it, in my opinion.
That's funny, but he'll never do that for anybody else. So give me the benefit of the doubt, right? But if it's anybody that's in opposition to DSP, he would never go out of his way to do that, nor would he ask anybody else. Was he asking for that same type of partisans when he was badgering fucking June the King about doing having a portion of his document of his fucking A, why am I having a hard time thinking his documentary? Or to make a documentary against detractors. Was he asking June to be partial about that shit? To get their side of the story, get his side of the story, and meet somewhere in between and tell that story? Or did he just want a hit piece? Makes you think.
And it was funny because a day or two ago, I was sitting here on the show and someone's like, did you know that the FGC is actually talking about what you said about Street Fighter 6 the other day? And I was like, no. I mean, I'm not.
That's a lie. DSP already knew because DSP stalks a bunch of people on X/Twitter. Plus, he follows a lot of these guys on Twitch, so he knew exactly what was being said and when they were saying it. And truth be told, when he puts out his quote unquote hot takes, he's out there aggressively looking to see if anything's been said about it, knowing damn well that some dent is going to bring it back to him the next day. If not, a detractor is going to signal boost it when it actually happens. So trust me, he was very much aware of what was going on.
Surprised, but at the same time, you know, I'm shocked that anyone is covering it in any way besides, oh, DSP sucks or something, right? So I got the video sent to me, I watched it, and I was like, wow, actual intelligent conversation. Now, the funny part about it was...
You mean an intelligent opinion? It wasn't like you guys were actually speaking to each other, so that doesn't actually classify as a conversation. Whatever, let me stop. I'm just being petty.
If you actually look at the comments of the video, it's literally 90% toxic, misinformed idiots.
Why are you even reading that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why he goes out of his way to do that shit, but then again, I don't understand why he reads detractor Twitter at all. I don't know why he goes and reads his forum, or his thread on the Kiwi Farms. I don't know why the fuck he does any of that shit. Reading negativity about yourself 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year has an effect on you. Obviously. That's why most people tell you should just ignore it, to be honest with you, or take what you can out of it and move on. But don't sit there and fucking engulf yourself in that shit. You're just going to drive yourself crazy. But DSP has already done that. Rich has already done that. Fucking King Cobra has already done that shit. Like, all the locals do that shit. And it's because they get off on the fact that people speak about them, good, bad, or otherwise. But I don't know why DSP does that shit. Like, it's just fundamentally not healthy, you know? It's just really not. And then on top of all the detractor content he listens to, he shouldn't listen to that. He shouldn't do that shit. Slowly killing himself.
And then there's like a few people that are intelligent. So what we're going to do...
But then that right there he proved my point. He's sitting there looking for the one or two people that may have his back. Looking for the one or two people that might, you know, be an ally to him. Not knowing anything about those people, don't know anything that they've done outside of that video that could come back to haunt you, aka Derek or Darridge. You know what I'm saying? But just to cling on to whoever it is that may give him the benefit of the doubt. You shouldn't live your life like that. But whatever.
Is watch back the button check segment. I'll respond to it, and then we'll see what these responses are and maybe get something intelligent out of it rather than just the noise of the morons on the internet, which is pretty much what you hear 99% of the time, right?
So you're basically wasting your time, but all right.
All right. So I hope that you're all doing well. Update on my neck. It still hurts. Okay? Like, no lie, it still hurts bad. I feel like every day it's shifting into a different position. So last night, once again, second day in a row that I slept on my osteo pillow. I always get ortho and osteo confused. So yeah, stayed in position all night, woke up this morning, and my neck wasn't in excruciating pain, which is good, but I still can't lean it left or right at this point. I could turn it fully, which I guess is an improvement. I can kind of lean forward and back, almost right there. I just got a sharp shooting pain through my neck, but it's still messed up. I'm doing my best.
We can't see a doctor. Why? Just out of curiosity. We can't ask our wife to go ahead and use those sausages for fingers that she has to fucking give us a massage or some shit. Anything? I don't know.
to try to recover from this thing, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Luckily for me, my job doesn't really need me to do much focused physical movement or anything like that. And yesterday I was able to get through my entire day playing Dark Souls and finishing up that playthrough and playing Black Ops 6, surprisingly enough, with little to no difficulty. Although there was some pain, I basically just toughed through it and it was all good.
Holy shit.
So, FYI, hopefully it will not affect things moving forward, but understand if you see me cringing in pain or if I seem a little grumpy, it's probably why. I'm still in pain. I still have this pain right now shooting up my arm, and, you know, it sucks. There's nothing I can do about it. It's happened before. It's happening again.
You couldn't just take a day off then, maybe? Try to recover and bounce back? Gotta chase the bag, I guess.
I'm sure it'll eventually, you know, settle in and go away, but it's going to take time. It's not going to be a quick overnight thing. All right. Okay. Okay.
Absolutely useless. Holy shit.
That was very refreshing. That was very, very refreshing. Okay.
What a weird little person. Gotta tell you. Bizarre.
All right.
And you know what the sad part about this is, actually? Or one of the sad parts about it? Is the fact that he believes, somewhere deep down, he believes that this is how normal people act. This is how the regular Joe Smo person acts. Or how they conduct themselves. I think that's the most harmful part of all of this, to be honest with you.
All right. So, guys, thanks for listening. Now we're going to get into our major segment of the show. I'm going to react to Button Check here. But before we get to that, again, I just want to reiterate. Today, I really need to hit my goals. Yesterday, I hit no goals whatsoever. All right? Today, I want to hit these last two. So, number one, we can do the taste testing of the final snacks and start the new snacks box, the European one. But number two, I want to lock into DSP Tries It tomorrow for Arby's, which is our reward when we hit 10 goals, because it makes sense to do it tomorrow.
Oh, begging for roast beef sandwiches. Holy shit. What a sad, sad day. Coming from the same person who's like, I don't want to have to sit around and eat lunch meat sandwiches on me and my wife's day off, to begging for Arby's. Oh, and don't be wrong, I fuck with Arby's heavy, but begging for Arby's. Holy shit.
So please support the stream. All right, please. Let's get some more support going. Right now we have one tip and one super chat. Let's get some more momentum going. How about some subs over on Kick, some memberships here on YouTube? All right, anything helps, as you know, and it adds up. Even the little contributions add up and help out a lot. So please contribute, and let's get it going. All right, cool. Okay, now on to the meat of today's podcast before we get to Ninja Gaiden 2. Okay, so. Ladies and gentlemen, last week I played with Mai Shiranui in Street Fighter 6. And after having done that initial day of gameplay, which I very much enjoyed, the next morning on this very show, I went on a little bit of a tirade about the current state of the FGC. And the thing I was really upset about is that I knew that I had so much fun playing with Mai Shiranui on launch day, but that I probably would never have that much fun ever again.
Here's the problem with that. All right, first off, he was complaining about his neck, his back, his bra, and all that shit that day, too. And he said he was only going to play Street Fighter, I think, on the first stream, and that was it. He wasn't planning on playing on the evening stream. I think he was going to play Call of Duty or something. Because of Mai's Shuriken, and because of the EX version in particular that hits twice and it can hit at these particular angles that most guys didn't know how to block or know how to deal with. It was a day one thing. He racked up a bunch of wins, which means it boosted his ego, it boosted his confidence, and he decided to play at night. Same concept. He was able to take advantage of people who either were just encountering her or who have just not figured out a way around the Shurikens, and he was getting the type of success he thought he deserved. It wasn't because he was actually good or skilled. It was because he was in a position where he could take advantage of people who just didn't have enough experience or knowledge. It was day one. Most of them hadn't even encountered a Mai before playing against Phil. In any case, he's feeling good about himself, similar to how he felt during the first couple days when Bison came out, when he was unveiled, and DSP immediately gets butthurt about it, saying, oh, people are going to eventually figure it out, videos are going to be made, yada, 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 and they're going to ruin all my fun. For his pay-to-win character, by the way. It's not a character that's readily accessible. You got to pay for the season pass to get it. And that's what led to that fucking M. Bison spiel, which was absolute gatekeeping and bitching and complaining. It's basically someone who is proving as time has gone on that he doesn't have any real skill. He doesn't have any real know-how. And any advantage that he can have over someone, he'll take advantage of it. And more importantly, he'll bitch and complain when he can't keep it. That's essentially what that was, more or less.
The reason being is the current state of fighting games. That basically there are creators out there that literally rush to discover, expose, and then share the meta of fighting games within hours or days of anything new being added to a game, whether it's a brand new game or a game that has a DLC character or a seasonal update. They literally go out there and put out step-by-step instructional videos, how to beat the new character, how to do this. Here is the meta for this.
Now, keep in mind, the reason why he's complaining like this is because he's not part of a community. Not even his own community, which is just a roach nest, by the way. It's not even a real community. He's complaining that people actually share information, that people want to see each other get better, so new tech, so new ground can be broken, so new tech and new strategies and tactics can be developed. Now, keep in mind, DSP is an idiot. DSP is someone who has no strategy when he plays fighting games. He is a pattern player. He kind of is a flowchart player if he can follow that a particular branch of that flowchart. There's nothing to him. But he's mad that people can be educated to beat characters that he can scrape easy wins off of. That they turn his pond, toxic, disgusting pond of his, which is his ego, can shrink literally by the hour by players being better informed, getting a better understanding of the game and the characters in said game, and be able to, if they know more and if they know better, they can do better. That's literally what he's mad about. I.e., gatekeeping. It's literally the definition of gatekeeping. And he's pissed the hell off that no one in the FGC, at least no one by name, is going to sit there and say that shit. Well, because he's a retard and he's not in any of those discords. When these pros find out tech, they share that shit. Filipino Champ is probably he's a laboratory goblin. He's a fucking mad scientist and shit. And that dude is, if you're part of his Discord or you're part of that, some of these friend groups that he's in, that's all they do is talk about and share tech. He brings people on his streams to kind of show them and like to break down what their playing style is and show what they could do. You know what I'm saying? And how to get there, how to do that. You know what I'm saying? This is something that he does. And he streams this shit because the more people who know, the better it is for the overall community. But DSP's never been about community. It's always been about himself. And it shows. And people in the FGC are not receptive to him because they don't want that. They don't need that. Back in the day, that was because of circumstance. Now that information can be readily, can pollinate as easily as it does, why hoard it? Literally, why hoard it? On top of the fact that players are smarter. You can get a guy who can go to a tournament and figure that shit out in a round or two and have that shit beat by the end of the set. There are people like that who exist. But see, DSP is so out of touch, he thought everybody was a gatekeeper back in the day, when in actuality it was really circumstance. And he won't, and another thing he's disregarding is there were some people who were making combo videos for certain games. There were people on the forum sharing tech. He won't tell you that because that works against his narrative. He won't tell you that shit. You know what I mean? There were videotape footage that was being sent around of tournaments where tech was being discovered or being displayed. And they were trying to figure out ways to get it out there to as many people as possible. But he won't ever tell you that, though.
Character. And the thing that I ranted about was that there's no more era of discovery. Back in the day when you used to play fighting games in arcades, there was an era of discovery where there was several months to years, a time period when everyone was being unique and trying different techniques and different combos and being exposed to different things by going to tournaments. This was the best time for...
And it is funny, and you'll notice this as he goes through these gatekeeping rants, that he only focuses on the arcade era, right? The arcade era and then the tournament era has an overlap, obviously. He doesn't talk about that overlap. He really don't. Now, keep in mind, this idiot waited till late into his quote-unquote career to actually start traveling. So the gatekeeping he saw was in whatever part of Connecticut that he was at. You know what I'm saying? And even then, he knows what he's saying is a lie because people used to come up out of town all the time and share tech. You know what I'm saying? Or that tech would be put out there and someone would more than likely be willing to explain it. So even then, his narrative still isn't true. You know what I'm saying? But if you wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, it's only from his perspective. Then let's go with that. That was 20-something years ago. We literally bitching about some shit that happened 20 years ago? Okay.
Any fighting game. But back then it used to last months to years. Now it lasts 2 days.
Literally bitching about something that happened over damn near 20 years ago. This dude was actually online, quote unquote, making slop content at the time that Street Fighter or fighting games was really getting a rise as it pertains to an online forum. And he never adjusted, he never adapted, he never learned how to overcome.
And then everything is spoiled all over the internet. The other problem is being that the games have no execution required anymore. Back in the day, the thing that would separate a great tournament player versus a so-so one was a person who had tons of great execution.
And he's mad that games now, like the training mode in games, as well as tutorials, are so flushed out that you can literally grind your execution over the span of a few hours and get yourself to level up. He hates that too. Which is funny because that's part of accessibility. Now, accessibility doesn't always equate to if you have a disability or not. But that right there in itself is part of accessibility. So the fact that training mode and tutorials exist also bothers him. He needs it's literally like what do you call that? He needs everybody to be in a certain type of class. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody up here needs to be up here. And then there needs to be a class under that, and a class under that, and a class under that. It can't be an open forum. Everybody needs to be in their proper place. That's essentially what he's saying, which is a bit more than just gatekeeping, to be honest with you. But that's just his frame of mind. He thinks that way about content creators. He thinks about that about streamers. Truth be told, he just thinks about that as it pertains to people, which is just another embellishment onto his racism, amongst other things.
Well, guess what? Today, there's no execution required. Every combo, every move is piss easy to do with input shortcuts or whatever.
And if that's the case, then why does he have so many problems dropping combos, dropping moves? I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend. If everything is so piss easy that anybody can do it, why can't he do it more often than not? I'll wait.
So you literally just have to sit in training mode for an hour or two, and you'll learn the meta of every character if you just watch videos. Which
is something that he does, and yet he still fails. Keep that in mind. The very thing that he's criticizing, he does himself. He literally said that during the Dial-A-Phone arc. Well, not arc, arc. He literally said that. He was literally watching Dial-A-Phone and other pro players' videos to learn shit. He did it for E Honda. He did it for Dazum. He did it for Bison, even though he was bitching and complaining about the videos on how to beat Bison. He's done that with multiple characters that he uses. So it's okay for Ree, but not for thee.
So basically, I talked about this in a video, and I explained that I was very upset about this because it just makes it that fighting games aren't that fun anymore. And I was worried that if I played with Mai Shiranui again in a week or 2 weeks, the fun would be gone because everyone would know how to beat her easily.
So basically, I can't have easy wins. I can't get the value from my pay-to-win character. I don't want to play no more. I don't want to play no more. And my back hurt. And my neck hurt. Oh, what an idiot.
Well, my trolls picked up on this. They made highlights of me talking about this and shared it all over the internet. It made its rounds into the actual FGC.
Well, yeah, because you got people that are part of this troll community around you that are actual fans of the FGC. Actually, you have some that are actually part of the FGC in some way, shape, or form. What did you think was going to happen?
And this guy, Button Check, made a whole video. Well, not a whole video. It was half of his daily video about it.
Actually, it was a quarter of the video, by the way. There's like 3 or 4 stories, to be honest with you, that encompass this whole situation. It wasn't dedicated directly to Darksydephil. It's full of shit.
To get some conversation going. What I'd like to do is watch this video, directly respond and react to it, and then give you my thoughts. All right? So some people have started contributing. Thank you for that. let's do shout outs, and then we're going to do this together. And I'm excited to see how this goes because this is the first time I've actually really paid attention directly to anything from the FGC in a very long time. All right. Okay. So first of all, Mayor Charlie with a $5 super chat says, "Gamers of the world unite." Thank you, Mayor Charlie. I appreciate that very much.
I don't know why you're not a gamer.
Good to see you here today. And
just get up and wash your face instead of picking at it. All you're doing is rubbing all that grease and oil further into your pores. Jesus Christ, you're a grown-ass man. You haven't figured that out yet?
I received a $2 tip from a longtime fan, and it doesn't even make sense. What they're saying literally makes no sense at all. I read it, and they're trying to make demands and stuff, so I'm just going to ignore them because they're idiots. Okay, so anyway. Just another dummy. Okay.
And that's why you should never give DSP money. Trolling or otherwise.
So let's get started here. What I love is I run a podcast, and then there's people who think that they can like control or derail the podcast. Like, I have an agenda. We have things we're talking about today. Let me send Phil a $2 tip making demands, and this will hopefully change the entire course of his whole show for today. No, stupid. I'm busy. Don't have time for you. Okay. So.
That's funny, Phil. I thought it was the whole video. That's funny, Phil. I thought it was half the video. Doesn't look like half to me.
Here we go, everyone. FGC responds to DSP. Content creators are ruining the enjoyment. Here we go.
And doesn't DSP say that he's a content creator himself? So he's legitimately part of the problem. Semantics.
I pressed the wrong spacebar because I'm a moron.
All right, next up, last but not least, since I'm pissed off that content creators is ruining the mystery behind fighting games in the meta. Buttons that need to be checked. That was a weird-ass title, but it's going to make sense, kind of. It might not, because it involves DSP.
That was a nice shot that he threw at DSP. He didn't even catch it. On top of the fact that what DSP's bitching about is not even the meta. To be honest with you, it's so much deeper than that, but whatever.
That's right. I want to thank Jersey or Joe Oaks 90 for tagging me in this story. Says, don't want to give DSP too much spotlight, but wanted to get your input on this.
Hold on, because my stupid thing is to me off. There we go. Okay. So let's continue. So, listen to this. Don't want to give DSP too much of a spotlight, but wanted to get your input on this. I'm sure Dirty Low does. I don't know who Dirty Low is.
Dirty Low is Ernesto's co-host.
I'm sure Dirty Low, I wish I could include him in this one right now, but he is, I don't think he's here by the time I'm recording this, but we have a video. It's a small clip. He might make an interesting point. I haven't seen the whole thing. I haven't, all right? So we're going to watch it. We're going to get some opinions. Let's see.
Now, on day freaking 1 of anything new being in a fighting game, you've got hundreds of fucking try-hard creators who are running the gauntlet of testing, who are sitting there in the lab, who are recording and uploading and montaging, and here's how you beat. By the way, you can tell that he's watching a detractor because
it doesn't even matter. The point is you're sitting there bitching and complaining about people practicing. Practice. You're bitching and complaining about people practicing as something that they give a fuck about. That's insane. That's legitimately insane. How dare you put time and effort into this thing that you care about?
Because you see how terrible the quality is? You notice that my voice sounds terrible? You notice that the visual...
I mean, your voice just sounds terrible, to be honest with you.
...visuals are terrible. It's because he's watching a detractor reclip instead of the actual content. Just so you know, but...
Maybe if your channel wasn't fucking so discombobulated, maybe he'd be able to find it.
Check. If you actually watch the real content, it's much better quality.
Quality doesn't really matter. It's the message that actually is the real meaning behind this. But that just shows you DSP trying to distract because he knows what he sounds like sounds pretty stupid. So it's real funny watching him do that. That right there shouldn't bother you. It's about what you're saying. But he's so scared that what he says sounds stupid, because it is stupid, that, go ahead and try to lighten the blow, if you will.
These idiots clip and try to upload, and it sounds and looks like shit. That's why it looks so bad. this, here's how you stop that, here's how you do this, here's how you beat that. And within like 2-3 days of anything new being in the game, you've already got how.
And that doesn't even really matter too, now that I think about it, because DSP plays Street Fighter what, once or twice a week and shit? Every hour that goes by, he's already being passed up. And that's what his overall problem is. But he don't want to say that though, because that makes him sound like a dickhead, basically complaining that, hey, all these people are playing Street Fighter while I'm not. How am I expected to get good or be as good as them? And they're putting in more time
to beat the new character. But the character just came out. Like, can we play with the character before you basically tell the entire world how to make them worthless in the game? Really? Can we like play the fucking game and have fun with it? That whole entire era of that time of discovery feels fresh, feels exciting and new when a new character or a new game comes out and now you can explore for yourself. That has been absolutely destroyed by the internet. Because now, on day one on YouTube, day one on Twitch, here it is. Here's everything you need to know. Put absolutely no time or effort into playing or learning for yourself. Just copy what we're sharing with you. Oh, by the way, like the video, buy my merch, and send me super chats and fucking memberships because I just fucking spoiled the entire game for you. And to make matters even worse, back in the day, even when tech was shared with the internet, okay, the entry level skill check was that the games actually had execution required.
And it's funny how he doesn't want to acknowledge that people have just gotten better over the years, that people are smarter, that people just have a natural, people just have naturally better execution. It's funny how he doesn't want to acknowledge that either.
All right. Even if you knew the top tier stuff to do in any fighting game, you would have to sit there.
Like he's stuck in like a weird like pocket of time and shit. So that's extremely jarring now that I think about it.
And practice endlessly in order to get good. And since the games weren't at home, you had to pay to go to the arcade, you had to wait in line. So you basically had to put in the time, effort, and money to get good at fighting games.
So it's not like you have to actually buy the console or buy your PC. It's not like you have to go out and buy the game. Like, what exactly is it? There's still a cost to acquire the game to play it. Like, you're using all these like existential fucking circumstances and shit to make an argument, and I don't think that actually holds up. I don't think. Seems like a struggle session to me.
Today, every single fighting game is baby mode, meaning you don't need good execution. You don't need to sit there and practice too much. You could literally sit there for an hour with any character and probably learn all of their top tier combos because none of them are hard to execute at all.
If that's the case, then why can't you do it? And you supposedly have good execution. Makes you think.
You just need to know situationally what to do and then just practice a little bit so you get the muscle memory and you're good to go.
So then why can't you do it? Like, if you're going to... See, that's the thing, and this is the reason why DSP don't know how to argue shit. If you're going to dilute something down to the lowest possible common denominator, right? You kind of have to explain, if you're part of that equation, why you can't seem to overcome or why you're at such a deficit. If your whole argument is it's brain dead easy, it's brain dead stupid, anybody can do it, then why can't you? That's literally the hump that he has to get over, but he's too stupid to figure that out.
Why do you think it is that when you actually play fighting games now and you're playing the meta, I mean, oh, I'm playing against a Cammy. Every fucking Cammy plays exactly the same because they all watch the same videos. They all practice the same tech. They all know the same meta and they all play at exactly the same level.
That's not true, but all right. Let's go hypothetical. Let's go with that. If that's the case and you've played all these Cammies and they all play exactly alike, why can't you beat them? You've been beaten up and beaten down by enough Cammies. Why have you not figured out a way around it yet? You've admitted to watching character videos. Why haven't you watched those videos to learn how to get around some of these situations, if not beat them outright? He makes it sound like, or well, he puts it out there as it's bad to have all these tools and all this knowledge. The reality is it's a two-way street. If all that stuff is readily available, it's available to you too. So why aren't you using it to beat it? Make it make sense.
So if you know that throw loops are dominant in Street Fighter 6, guess what? every camera you fight will be doing the same throw loop, and you'll be doing the same guessing game, the same gambling chance that you break out of the throw loop or not. And what
For someone who spends all that money on WWE champions for the chance of getting a fucking shiny digital JPEG, I mean, I don't see what your problem is, but all right, bro. You don't mind gambling in WWE champions, but you have a problem with using actual skill and knowledge to gamble in a fighting game because I guess he can't figure out how to break throws.
happens is the game becomes incredibly repetitive and boring. It's just the same thing every single time you play it because everyone's copied each other. It was never like that back in the day.
That's not necessarily true. There was probably more individuality as it pertains to the old heads and how they played in the set and third. Like, that's obviously something that can be said. But if you look at even DSP's gameplay, you can see who and how he emulated other people's shit and just adopted it and made it his own, or at least attempted to. So it's funny how we're talking about originality and individuality, and he has neither. Make that make sense.
Emphasize with all of you, it was incredibly fun the entire first few months to year of any new fighting game being out because it felt fresh and new. Everywhere you go, you play something different you've never seen before. It would just be so much fun. In this case,
and yet you still bitched and complained about how you couldn't beat those people. Those people had all the advantages that you didn't, so on and so forth. Let me try to reiterate this. DSP literally bitched about West Coast players or people who just had more money than him, that they could play more often than he did. Like some of the very complaints he has right now, he had complaints that were similar to that back in his day. You know what I'm saying? Whether you had more money, whether you had more time, whether you were part of a big group where everybody basically played with each other and everybody like shared tech with each other. Whether you were on the East Coast or a certain part of the East Coast or Midwest or West Coast. He hated West Coast players because he feels they had all the better opportunities. They had all the better games, game arcades and shit. They ran bigger tournaments, I guess, which isn't necessarily true. They had all the opportunities that he himself, not his coast, that he himself didn't. And then don't even let me get into what he thinks about the Japanese. Holy shit. Don't let me even go there with that. Because then that just gets into all kinds of other fucking prejudice nonsense I don't feel like dealing with right now.
the games are destroyed within weeks. You know, why was playing with Mai Shiranui so fun yesterday? Because everyone...
No, fuck that. I'm going to do it because I'm fucking petty. This motherfucker used to bitch and complain about, hold on a second. Is that this? Is that, ooh, it's not that. What is that? Huh. Is it this? It is that. Okay, bet. Sorry about that. Okay. This bitch used to sit there and bitch and complain about how the Japanese came up with the concept of the games. They developed the games. It was put out in Japan first, and they had a distinct advantage over U.S. players because the games are made, you know what I'm saying, in their country, and they could come over here and do whatever they wanted to us because they got it first. They knew and discovered everything. Even though you can even go back as far as DSP's day, and you have Japanese players who said, hey, we learned a lot from those American players when we went over there. Stuff that we didn't think about. You know what I'm saying? Theories and concepts we didn't think was possible. But he still bitched and complained about how they had all the advantages. They made the game. They lived in the country where the game was made. You're really going to hold that against them? But he did. He did that from every Street Fighter game he's ever played all the way up through 4, to be honest with you. Womp womp.
No one was experimenting. No one really knew what they were doing, right? And by playing that first, it felt fun and fresh and interesting. You could try mix-ups. You could try setups. It was great. Within 1 week, everyone will already know everything that Mai Shiranui can do because all these idiots are going to fucking post it all over the internet and explain in heavy detail, here's how I analyzed it all, and here's exposing everything to the world. But again, because there's no actual execution required to play these games anymore, you're making it so any fucking mouth-drooling idiot can now play the game at...
See, see what he's doing? Like, he's sitting there alienating himself to the very people that he's trying to get on his side. And DSP's he's good for that. He's good for that. That's the reason why there's so many goddamn detractors out here. Because he's quick to... It's not that he has a problem with a particular detractor, right? Or what that particular detractor says. No, he has to attack the people who watch that detractor content too. The very people he should be trying to appeal to and whatnot, he shits on them too. So if you're just going to lump everybody into being idiots, no one has a reason to hear you out. And so they don't.
A meta level because you're exposing the meta for profits.
So there we go. There we go.
So I will say this before we even start. He listened to almost the entire argument I had, even though it was out of context from a detractor.
Out of context. I thought you said that's like a double negative. So you're saying that, hey, what he had or what he was watching was completely out of context, but he did listen to my entire argument. So if he has your entire opinion, the lead up to that doesn't mean anything because you already went over all of that in your opinion. Whatever, semantics. That's me being incredibly petty for no reason.
He actually listened to the whole thing. He didn't just listen to one little out of context part that, of course, makes me look bad.
No, that whole thing makes you look bad, to be honest with you, but whatever.
Actually listened to the whole thing. He gets massive credit for that because most people don't bother to do that. Most people will just listen to the 1 10-second highlight from a detractor and be like, well, that's what Phil said and he's a moron, right? Instead of, wait, he actually listened to the whole clip.
The whole clip makes you sound like a massive fucking moron and out of touch and a gatekeeper. And just because Ernesto won't say that to you doesn't mean that's not what he's thinking.
And it actually made sense because he listened to it. Cool. So already I give this guy points for actually being patient and doing the right thing because he wanted to make a good video. That's what you do.
Being patient. So you're admitting that you basically speak and bloat? That instead of you just getting to your fucking point, you over exaggerate a lot of that shit just to do what exactly? Waste people's time, I suppose? You're just talking for the sake of talking? I'm asking for a friend.
When you're a good creator. Okay.
Yeah, like you know anything about being a good creator. Smart one.
Now let's see what he actually has to say in response. Okay, here we go.
Because you're exposing the meta for profits. How y'all feeling about that? For one, let me say, as a content creator going on 8 years, there's no profits.
Not the way DSP makes it sound, no.
There is no fucking profits. Trust me, there is no profits. You can make, let's say you make a game for Meta, somebody that's well known, I don't know, let's say a Brian F or something like that. It's just that one video, because they're not going to make a whole series. Rooflemonger's good at doing that, right? He'll like do a breakdown and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's a whole bunch that don't really come to mind, but the
J.M. Croft too. He'll make a series out of some of that stuff too.
chances of you like really,
And then obviously Max.
really, oh, this is going to pay my rent this month on this one series, not so much. That's not how that.
Which just kind of goes to show how close-minded DSP is. Because I have to be honest with you. My guess is when DSP looks at the FGC and he looks at numbers and profits and all this bullshit, he's really looking at people like Justin. He's looking at people like Max. He's looking at like the upper echelon that can put a video out and then get 100,000 views, or you know what I'm saying, or up. Or plus. That's what he's looking at. He's not looking at some of these other content creators who are pulling 50 or 60,000 views. He's not paying attention to that. He's going to go straight to who he feels is at the top, which is a skewed margin yet again. But it only goes to show how dishonest or how stupid he is. It's one or the other. He's either incredibly dishonest or he's incredibly stupid. I mean, truth be told, he could be both. More than likely, it's both. But you get my drift.
shit works. YouTube is a fucking beast, right? And the FGC is very small in the scheme of things.
Yeah, it's very niche. Just like the DSP detracting community in some ways.
Fucking profits people talk about every now and then, they're imaginary. No, I'm not saying you can't make some, because definitely there's big names in the community overall. Overall, with the years they put into it, their Twitch, if I could talk, their Twitch streams, their contracts, if they're signed, they're sponsored, numerous sponsors, then okay, they're pulling in something, right? But not just off this.
Call them shills, Phil. Call them shills. Call them out on that. Ernesto has sponsorship too. So you're going to call him a shill? You're going to call him a sellout? You're going to call him a liar? Don't worry. I'll wait.
One concept that I'm making a combo video. But I will.
Okay. Oh, wait. Well, is he done with the thought? Hold on.
Say,
No, he's not. He then sat there and beat your motherfucking ass, and you're like, oh, fuck, I don't want to listen to this anymore. But he can't, because his whole quote-unquote argument is predicated on what Ernesto's getting ready to say. But it's funny how he tried to dip out. He wanted to leave. Why you want to leave, Phil? The segment ain't even over yet. Oh, because in the first 2 minutes, he didn't agree with everything you said at full stop. Now you don't want to play no more. Now you don't want to play no more.
like to play devil's advocate, right? I do think there is a way, because I've seen it every now and then. People will say, "Oh, if you do it a certain way, you will spoil it."
Oh, okay, he's on to the next part. So I'm just going to say this very simply, very matter-of-factly. I'm not saying this to insult this man. I'm not saying this to insult any particular creator.
If you have to start your conversation by saying that, or your argument by saying, "I'm not saying this to insult you," it's more like you're just going to insult them. So just be a man or a woman about it, and just go ahead and go on with it. It just makes you seem like more of a coward, and no one respects a coward.
You are
well, except for other cowards, of course.
Exposing the meta of a competitive thing, whether it's a sport, whether it's a game, whatever it is. If it's something competitive and you're exposing the meta of that to the world, you should do it for a reason. And the reason should obviously be a good one. And if you're telling me that it's not for profit, then what the fuck are you doing it for?
Well, first off, maybe for the love of the game, for the love of the sport, maybe for the money down the line. I don't know. I don't understand how this actually fits into his argument, though. It's almost like he's talking just for the sake of talking. Like, what point are you trying to make about this?
Because you understand that when you expose the meta of something competitive to the world, you have actually destroyed the competitive nature of what it is.
What? Then how does competitive sports even exist then, Phil? There's always going to be somebody better than somebody else. Do we just stop? Is that what it is? When, fucking A, since you like to go with old shit, let's go with old shit. So when, like, BJ Penn was, like, on top of the sport and shit, did people just quit? Because, oh shit, he's the man. And we can't beat him. Do we just stop? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when fucking Frank Shamrock was on top, did they just stop competing because, holy shit, he was so good? When Boss Rutan was fucking literally had control over fucking Pancrase, did people just stop competing? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. But then again, this is someone who don't compete in any physical sports anyway. Well, doesn't compete in sports at all, let alone any physical sports. The fuck? He can barely get himself up to fuck his wife. But he's going to sit there and tell you about how having an advantage over other people kills a competitive sport. Get the fuck out of here.
For example, I want you to just think about this for a second, okay? Michael Jordan, when he was at the height of his game playing pro basketball, did Michael Jordan go on TV and be like, oh, by the way, here's all the tips and tricks that I use to play my game at top level right now and win the NBA championship?
You're retarded. You're absolutely fucking retarded. Dude, first off, the dude was on TV. The games are being televised. The fuck? Are you fucking serious? Does he not know what, holy shit. Does he not know what like tape footage is? Does he not know that people, and this happens in all sports, they literally record the games. They're broadcast and or televised. People go over footage of players and shit to try to figure out what they're doing. And to try to basically go against it, or try to stop it, or mitigate it, or whatever. Why is this mongoloid allowed to speak with impunity at times, bro? That shit's insane to me. And then on top of that, he don't know. I know he don't know. But did he don't know. But let's hypothetically say this. So what about those people that Jordan used to who actually used to mentor and shit? Or players who used to come out their way to fly over to where Jordan was at and, you know what I'm saying, and get pointers on their game shit. The same dudes he was playing against out there on the court. Oh, he's insane. Holy shit, he's fucking insane. Oh man, he's fucking insane. Yikes.
I'm just going to lay them all out for you right now. Here they are. No, he did not do that. You
don't know. You literally don't know. And then Jordan can train you or Jordan can tutor you all you want. If you don't have, he can lay out everything that he's ever done on the court to you. If you don't have the mindset, if you don't have the physical attributes and whatnot, it doesn't mean anything, to be honest with you, right? Or you can only take it so far. So what the fuck are you talking about? Completely out of touch. Holy shit. Peak insanity.
Didn't go to all of his fellow players and people say, oh, here's how you play basketball. No. He kept it to himself so he could be a good athlete. And then years later.
And does this idiot forget that Jordan has lost games? Has he not, as like, he realizes that, right? Like, Jordan's been beaten. He's human. Even though I really like, I think it's Larry Bird who said it, though. He's like, when he described Michael Jordan, he said, that's not Michael Jordan. That's God disguised as Michael Jordan. That shit fire. Holy shit, that's fire. Anyway, but Jordan's not infallible. He can be beaten. Or he's been beaten, I should say. He's just highly competitive, though. He was always looking at rising to the challenge. Something DSP knows nothing about, obviously.
All right, down the road, when he's washed up and his time has passed, then he becomes a mentor. He becomes a coach.
He's literally saying Jordan gatekeep the sport. That's literally what he's trying to say here. That Jordan, the whole time Jordan played, he won every NBA championship during his years of playing. He literally had the whole sport locked down. He was gatekeeping the whole sport. The way DSP's trying to explain it to you, that's what that is. But he clearly don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't even know if he can even tell you what how many rings Jordan has. That's like saying that Jordan won every slam dunk contest he was in. He didn't. Came close, but he didn't. You know what I'm saying? He didn't. What the? Oh my God. Why? Why?
He passes on that knowledge to the next generation. He doesn't just give it to everyone right now when he's at the height of his prime game and something competitive is going on. All right. Again, back in the day in the FGC.
Oh my God.
People would learn strategies. Okay. And what they would do is they would go to tournaments and expose those strategies through competitive play.
So Jordan would come up with strategies and techniques, and then when he had his televised game, when he played, it was exposed. Is that what you're trying to tell me? You're retarded. You're absolutely retarded. He has to be retarded.
But they wouldn't immediately go online and be like, so by the way, guys, I just found out an amazing new strategy with Zangief. Here's exactly how you execute it to a T so everyone can immediately replicate this and do it in a tournament.
And the fact that he would lie like this, knowing damn well that he was on Capcom United, he was on SRK, he was on event hubs, and he knows about the tech that was spread out over all those forums is bullshit. That's such bullshit. That is such absolute fucking bullshit that he can lie so blatantly like that. Insane. Absolutely fucking insane.
No, why not? Because they wanted to go to a tournament and use it themselves so that they could win. Because it's a...
Okay, so if everybody's doing this and not everybody's winning, what does that mean, Phil? Or was everybody else like your dumbass and claiming fourth place was just as good as winning first? What?
Competition. All right? Now you can argue this
and then how are you going to sit here and bitch and complain about competition when this motherfucker right here is literally complaining about gatekeeping? Or no, he's literally complaining about how he can't gatekeep, basically. How other people are preventing him, I should say, from gatekeeping. But he has the nerve to let competition come out of his goddamn snout. Oh man, peak insanity. Holy shit.
Different ways. For example, you could say, well, Phil, that's dumb. Because what you're saying is you just shouldn't share any knowledge about anything at all. What about other video games? Like, for example,
especially coming from an asshole who depends on other people putting out information and knowledge about multiple games so he himself can get through shit outside of the hand holding that happens on his own stream. But we can go ahead and scratch all that, though. And we can scratch all that. Go ahead and let DSP pillage and grape everybody when he needs to, but don't let nobody else be able to do it. Okay, I got you.
Let's say you're playing Dark Souls, right?
Oh, and early on, when I was thinking about everybody needs to be grouped off differently, or DSP believes that, I think it's called the caste system, by the way. Pretty confident that's what it's called. I could be wrong.
Shouldn't someone just post up a strategy on how to beat a boss in Dark Souls? Well, sure they should. Of course. If they want to share that information with the internet and they want to make a FAQ or a guide or whatever. But there's two key differences you're forgetting here. All right. And the first is very simple. Dark Souls is not a competitive game. You're not entering a tournament to play Dark Souls.
But people speed run it though. And people go for world records. Is that not competitive?
Okay. You're not at all. You're just playing it for yourself.
But that's not true. Like I said, there's a speedrunning category out there. There are people who actually race head-to-head against each other. But he has nothing to say about that, though, right? Okay. I just thought I'd inform him.
So whether you get stuck on a boss and you need to look up the information or not, that's your choice.
So you're saying this to try to benefit yourself, even though you've been criticized for basically cheesing bosses or overinflating your levels and shit to try to make the game easier for yourself, and got mad that people called you out for that and saying that's not entertaining content. Like, if you're going to do that shit, don't post that online because that shit's not entertaining. He's literally trying to defend something that a bunch of people, but I'll go ahead and spotlight this person because why not? That's something that Almighty Tevin said years ago, amongst other people. But Tevin, for sure, was one of the most vocal. He actually made a video about this shit. And DSP's still fighting that. He's still fighting against Tevin after all these years. That's wild. I'm not surprised, but that's pretty wild when to think about it. Doing anything he can to try to make an argument to try to protect past Phil, while current Phil is literally making an idiot of himself. And then future Phil is going to get crucified for all this anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
But you're not going to get ahead by looking up a strategy of how to beat Manus in the DLC of Dark Souls 1. You're just helping yourself.
Isn't this the same ass clown that couldn't beat Persona on easy, and even when he was on the last boss, and then had to basically quit the game, took somebody else's ending, and then inserted it into his video? I'm just asking. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Okay, when you're doing a competitive thing and someone is exposing all of the ways to play at a competitive level, you're actually watering down and ruining the competitive nature of the game. All right? That's number one. Number two, if you look...
But you don't play competitively, which is... I was trying to save that. Not that I need to, because trust me, I got a whole lot more that I can say. But you don't play competitively, so who cares? Like, why are you, of all people, talking about this when you don't make no money off the FGC? Little to anybody ever wants to really associate with you and whatnot. What are you fighting for? What point are you trying to make? You theoretically, quote unquote, don't have any skin in the game. You have no dog in this fight. So why are you even doing this?
Oh, strategies for a single player game. The only person that's affected by that is you, because you're essentially spoiling the game for yourself. You've decided to take the easy road. You've decided to take the shortcut. Okay. And hey, some people say if I tough it out and I don't look up any strategies, okay, and I beat something like a tough boss in Dark Souls, I feel accomplished, right? I get a feeling of, wow, I really earned that win because I stood there and I figured it out for myself. Some people don't care about that, and they just want to look it up right away and beat everything quickly, while others may get stuck on a part and they want to look it up to get past the part that they just cannot beat for themselves. But again, that's a single player experience. The problem with exposing the meta of Street Fighter is that you're literally ruining the competitive experience for everyone because you're playing other people. All right?
Even though everybody else is taking in that information and utilizing it. Or most people anyway. Because you got to understand, and this is like super important, because like I actually got into a discussion with a dude on a it was on some type of Call of Duty podcast or whatever. I was able to call in. And I'll try to basically apply that to this because it is pretty similar. Just a second. Okay. So this is what I was saying. As it pertains to Call of Duty, for example, right? They were getting to this, they had this round table, if you will. There must have been like 6 or 7 guys up there. Excuse me. And they were talking about how our content creators ruining the game, right? Through Warzone or multiplayer for various reasons or whatever. And they were kind of going back and forth, and they were kind of split up on two sides and whatnot. And like I said, I was one of many people who were able to call in. And I was basically like, well, I think something that we're not taking into account is the fact that you have amongst the casual community, you have a group or a demographic, if you will, who don't watch YouTube like that. Or they don't watch YouTube for Call of Duty content. They don't watch Twitch for Call of Duty content. They're not on Twitter or X or on Reddit looking for Call of Duty content. They just come home after school, after work, whatever the case may be, put the game on and, play for a few hours and whatnot, and then they're done. So you can't sit there, so you can't completely say, oh, that pro players, or not pro players, but that content creators are ruining the game for everybody, because not everybody's watching them. You know what I'm saying? That's not necessarily a thing. And to push my point even further, some of the people who watch content creators don't even play anymore because they see the bullshit, or they just don't care about Call of Duty like that. They would rather watch it than play it. There's a demographic who does that. There's a demographic in the FGC who do that. So DSP can't sit there and say you're ruining the game for everybody when, to be honest with you, amongst your casual players, they're not going to YouTube, they're not going to Twitch, they're not on X looking up all this information. This is really for those people who are really entrenched or who really want to get good. You know what I mean? It's not most people who are just playing it passively. They may eventually get there, but for that period of discovery that DSP is trying to talk about, they're still going through it. They don't have these outside influences, or they're not engaging in these resources, these outside resources to do that. They're just whatever the game's giving them is what they're giving back. You know what I mean? Until they're eventually introduced by a friend or whatever the case may be to take that next step. I want you to think about that when you get into these type of arguments, because there is still a demographic who doesn't go on YouTube or any of these streaming sites or even on these social sites to look that stuff up. It's just something that they do on their own time and go about it their own way. I just wanted to point that out.
So let's say, for example, it's day one of Mai Shiranui, and you're using Mai and trying to figure out for yourself because that's fun to you. But someone else decided, hey, someone already made a video exposing every strategy with Mai Shiranui. Let me watch it, study it, and immediately know the meta.
Well, you can't learn everything about it after a day. That's literally just being retarded. That's not how that works. A character's not gonna get broken like that fast. You know what I'm saying? There's new shit about fucking Blanca, for example, that's still being discovered. E Honda's being discovered. Bison, you know what I'm saying? No character is flushed out to the point that everything's been discovered. On top of the fact that characters are being buffed and nerfed. He won't tell you none of this, though, of course, because he's a dishonest piece of shit. But same concept. Just like in Call of Duty. Just like when it comes to the weapons over there and shit. Just like perks. Things get fucking tweaked and shit. They get nerfed and buffed. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why that's why I don't fucking follow the meta when it comes to guns and shit. That shit changes like every goddamn week.
So here you are, day one, trying to play the game online, and literally everyone is spanking you with these crazy top-tier strategies that no one in their right mind should actually fucking know yet. But someone wanted to make a video about it, okay?
Yeah, it's called freedom of speech. So now people shouldn't be able to do shit now. It's bad enough that they were exposing it. Now they shouldn't have the ability to do it. That's what we're getting to now, ladies and gentlemen.
That ruins the game.
That's insane.
There's a difference between having instructional videos and tutorials and facts and walkthroughs of a single player experience versus doing exactly the same thing with a game that has a competitive online meta.
That's fucking retarded. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. As a variety streamer, let me exploit anything that is considered non-competitive. Or what he considers non-competitive, I should say. But for a competitive game that he's trying to level up on so he can get clout from a community who don't want him, don't need him, don't really care about him, let me go ahead and take advantage of all these weak players. Let me take advantage of all these scrubs. Let me take advantage of all these new players and try to pad my record so then I can go to Justin or whoever else on Twitter and be like, hey guys, look at me. Look at my win-loss record. Look at my winning percentage. Now you guys have to accept me because I'm not a bad player. Which is all it is. Because he knows he's going to get cleaned up by any of the real killers. So go ahead and take advantage of the cannon fodder and whatnot and try to pad his record in the hopes that he can get up there far enough to where he might be able to get recognized for something. Not realizing that once he goes up against one of those real ninjas, they're going to sit there and put his ass into the ground. What's the point? What's the point? He's not playing games to get better and trying to learn or do anything like that. He's just playing to win. Wings is like that too. That's the reason why Wings hates playing Call of Duty. Well, that's why Wings hates playing first-person shooters altogether. You know what I'm saying? He's not... Him and Wings and DSP are not out there to play and win. They're out there to impose their dominance on other people. They want their opponents to feel less than what they actually are. To not only feel lesser than them, but just feel like a lesser person in general. You know what I'm saying? You're going for complete domination at this point. Not for winning. Not for testing your skills and abilities and trying to grow and get better. It's to completely and utterly dominate the competition. That's what those two idiots are going for. Amongst other people. It's not just them. A lot of people like that. Yikes. But then again, most of those other people, you don't hear them bitching and complaining about this shit, though. Not publicly, anyway.
That should be discovered through skill and discovery, not, oh, I copied someone who put a video on the internet. Okay? Sorry, it's just true. Back in the day when you were in arcade, you had to earn everything you learned.
And think about his argument. He's going back 20 years, if not longer, to try to make an argument. Yet again, this guy has been online the whole time during the internet when information was being shared. That same information that he was partaking in. So he can run around here and talk all this bullshit about the forbidden fruit that he himself has partaken in. You know how much of a fucking hypocrite that makes you? And if Ernesto didn't know about it then, he probably knows that now. So that's why there's probably no point in even addressing DSP anymore. Because it's very clear that, oh wow, well, you've admitted to going on to other pro players or you were watching guides on players and how to be better with a certain character. That makes you a hypocrite. So why should I even take you seriously? If Ernesto knew that before he walked into this video, would he have even done it? Something to think about.
Whether it was playing or actually being at a tournament and watching someone and trying to figure out, how do I emulate what I just saw? Versus...
So it's okay. Wait. So it's okay to copy somebody in real time if they're in your face. If they had to spend a bunch of money and leave their state or their city or whatever to go to this tournament, the showcase of the immortals, if you will, right? The FGC's WrestleMania or whatever the fuck, or pay-per-views, if you will. That's kind of what this is starting to sound like, but you get my drift. It's okay to go ahead and watch somebody in IRL and copy their shit and try to emulate it, but you can't do it on video. If it's done on video, though, it can't be done like that. If it's done from a video sharing site or a media sharing site or on a stream, that can't happen. That's not allowed. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Make it make sense.
Today, day one, there's combo videos with button inputs on the screen. Here's the timing. Here's how you do this throw loop. Here's how you do that. That ruins the competitive nature of a fighting game. And it really ruins the competitive nature of anything competitive to begin with. Now, you could say, well, this is the modern...
Actually, I think this bullshit... Actually, let me jump back into shit, because I ain't done yet. To be honest with you. There's still some meat on that pig carcass, so I'm gonna go get it. Truth be told, that right there kills single player games too, if you want to go by that argument. If you're stuck on a boss, right, you should try to exhaust all avenues before you run off and get a guide, which is what most people do, or what avenues that they think they have. And then when you watch a guide, right, does every guide that's put out there on how to beat said boss in, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, so on and so forth, do all of those people play the game the exact same? The strategy may bring you to the same end game, but do they do it the exact same way? Even if they're using the exact same build. And at that point, if you are going to watch a tutorial on how to beat this boss in Elden Ring, did you actually beat it? Did you really feel a sense of accomplishment by going off to do that? Like I said, if you exhausted all of your resources, then and you're really just trying to beat the game and whatever, and you really, it's like, damn, man, I'm really stuck and I don't see another way out. That's one thing. But if you're looking at doing that while you're in the position of making content, because if he's going to push the goalpost back, I'm going to do it too. If he's going to go ahead and do that for the sake of content and then try to pass it off like he actually did something when in actuality he had a crutch, how does that make it any more legitimate? Just because he's playing a single player game doesn't mean he's playing it for himself if he's making it into content and posting it online for profit. Something about
day. Good for you. You could say that. Doesn't mean I have to like it. And it certainly doesn't mean that it's better than how it used to be. The point that I was making when I was talking about people putting these videos on the internet is that they literally do ruin the competitive nature.
He's literally just trying to gatekeep content. This is sad. Because we're literally trying to gatekeep everything. Every faction, from the time you buy the game to what you discover to you putting it online for profit or not, he wants all of that to be gatekeeped. You shouldn't be able to make money off of this. You shouldn't be able to post it online. You shouldn't be able to make money off of it. And you damn sure shouldn't be able to stream it. That's wild, bro. That's so fucking wild. And keep in mind, this is someone who says they don't play competitively. They don't care about competitive fighting games. And yet he's trying to make an argument about or for who and about what.
Of these games. Why do you think a game like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or Street Fighter 3 Third Strike or Capcom vs. SNK 2 or Super Turbo, the big four, why do you think those games lasted nearly a decade or longer, holding down the entire competitive Street Fighter community when there were no other games? Was it because people immediately...
Well, that's not true. There were other games. There was Soul... What? You had your Soul Calibers and shit. You had your Guilty Gears. You had Virtual Fighter. You had Tekken. Like, what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like what? But see, he's a Capcom whore, though. So that's why. I'm glad he actually made that point, because that already... it makes it even easier to exploit him, to be honest with you. He thought the FGC was completely and utterly just every game that came out of Capcom. Like, all these other studios and all these other games didn't exist. All right.
We're finding tech and spoiling the entire game? No. It was because there was this awesome era, a decade of grassroots discovery.
A decade that he couldn't prosper in, by the way. And when he got boosted, when he got himself booted out of that shit, he had to run to YouTube and completely construct this whole bullshit about 4th place at EVO. I was the best. I got cheated by the Cannon brothers. I got cheated by the Japanese, yada, yada, yada. Until years and years later, people started to pay attention to it and then really started to look into it and dissect it. Hence the reason why he hates his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics.
Fun, camaraderie, competition. It wasn't about immediately getting that clickbait popularity because you spoiled everything you ever knew about those games. I mean,
you want to talk about clickbait popularity? Talk about how you were going to tournaments and stealing other people's footage and putting it on your channel and monetizing it and not telling nobody. Talk about how you were holding up tournaments, recording other people's matches and shit while people were waiting for you to actually sit down and play your match. But you don't want to do that because you want to record this shit here so you can post it on your channel for profit. He'll never tell you that, though.
By the end of that era, around the...
And then when he gets confronted, oh, this is... I was trying to advertise for the tournaments. No, you were blatantly trying to steal this shit. But all right, whatever.
Street Fighter 4 era beginning, there were still new strategies being discovered daily and being put into tournament play in those games.
Now, keep in mind, though, too, and this is going to be... You really got to take all this in. When a game came out, even in the 2010s or whatever, you wouldn't... The first tournament for those things may not happen for like a month or two. Because the tournament scene wanted to make sure that people had enough time to actually play the game, get used to it and everything before they actually brought it to tournament. And that, in the very period that he's talking about, he wants to sit there and basically slut himself out for the big four out of Capcom. But reality is that there weren't, you know what I'm saying? There were other games out there, but there weren't a bunch of new games coming out. He don't want to tell you that. He don't want to sit there and put that out there. Ask him how many fucking versions of Super Turbo are out there and that exist. Ask him how many different versions of fucking Marvel's... Well, Marvel's Capcom only doesn't have... It only has 2 versions, I should say. But fucking that shit's glitched all the hell, though. There's so many fucking weird-ass glitches in that game that they're still being discovered. That's fucking wild. Same thing with CVS 2. They have like 1 or 2 different versions. Like I said, Super Turbo has a shitload of versions. Obviously, the Alpha series has crazy versions. He's not talking about Alpha. That was still played back in that day, to be honest with you. Anyway, semantics. The point being is that the very 4 things that he's preaching of they were literally not making any games at that time. It was just those 4 as it pertains to Capcom. And then there was all the other fighting games that were being made by everybody else. But discount all those, though, because they're not Capcom games. Which has already gotten his ass, that got his ass in trouble with that ECC situation. You know what I'm saying? For those of you who know, you know.
Because there was no fucking internet spoiling the living shit out of those games right away. You got a whole decade of enjoyment out of those games before they were essentially retired so that Street Fighter 4 could come to prominence. Today, literally, it's here's the new game. Oh, look, here's another one. Throw that one in the trash to go to the next one. Oh, the next one came out.
And yet again, just to show how dishonesty is, all of those 4 got retired so Street Fighter 4 could come to prominence. Now it's not that those games were still being played while Street Fighter 4 was a thing. He's a retard. On top of that, he's not mentioning all those other companies that shall not be named. They also made games so they could be put online, so they could follow Capcom's success. That was also coming into prominence at that time too. But we don't speak on that because that works against our narrative. Don't see the bigger picture. Just see it from my skewed, prejudiced narrative or narrow way of looking and thinking. Just go with that. And that's why you can't trust him. He'll never tell you the whole truth. He only tells you what he thinks you need to know. Or what he wants you to know.
I'll throw that one in the trash to play the next one. Why? Because they're all disposable, because we already figured everything out within a week. That's the problem with the way modern fighting games work. Sorry that the old way was more fun and better, but it's true.
If it was old and better, why couldn't you succeed? You couldn't succeed in your quote unquote in the olden days, in your day, and you can't succeed now. So I want you to think about this. He couldn't succeed at the late stages of the arcade era. He couldn't succeed at the rise of the console internet era, and now since it's completely saturated, he can't succeed now. So in 3 different eras, he's failed. For those of you who listen to me long enough, you already know what this next bit's going to be. How is it that you ain't sat there and failed, Phil, on three different platforms for Street Fighter 6? You failed in the Xbox, on the Xbox platform, you failed on the PS5 platform, and you're failing on PC. Isn't that interesting? It's interesting how you were in 3 separate eras of fighting games. You failed in all 3. Then you ain't sat there and tried to pick up the hottest game at that time for fighting games, Street Fighter 6, and you had to run to 3 different platforms, and you still failed there too. Imagine that. Imagine that.
It just is, all right? It was better back in the day than it is today.
That's an opinion. It's not a fact. And that you're so far removed from that, you really don't have a leg to stand on. As on top of the fact that he's someone who's played these games for profit. This idiot had a fucking channel dedicated to fighting game content that he did for profit. Oh boy.
Now, the other half of this equation that he just said, well, there's no money to be had here at all. There's no money. Then why are these people doing it? No, really, I have to ask this question. Why would you completely spoil the competitive nature of fighting games unless you're benefiting from it?
How's a community going to grow if you're gatekeeping the shit, Phil? He has the nerve to call other people dunces. Holy shit, bro.
You have lost me now. So you're actually putting...
So people can't put content out for the love of it or for the fun of it? Wait a second. Isn't this the same fucking mongoloid who tells you he doesn't do this as a job? He does it because he loves it. He does because he wants to share his opinions and experiences with people? So, but that would make him a liar though, right? Because he does it for profit. Because if he's not making money off the games, he quits those games. So you're going to sit there and say the FGC is full of shit. They're greedy. And they're assholes and they're stupid and they're killing the experience for other people who he can't name. He's only bitching about himself. They kill the experience and they do it for profit. When Ernesto says, well, there's not a lot of profit in this, bro, unless you're going through these routes, then why are you guys doing it then? What? So they can't do it for the love of the game, for the love of their community, so their community can bring in more sponsorships, more endorsements, so you can have more tournaments that make money. It doesn't have to be completely and utterly for personal wealth or gain, but it could help build an entire community. A high tide raises all sails, if you will. What? Okay. Oh, man. Okay. All right. All right. Well, fucking A, bro. That's crazy, son. Jesus Christ. It does give you, though, a really good look into his psychopathy, though, to be honest with you. So the next time DSP tries to tell you some bullshit about he does it for the love of the game, keep in mind most of you are initiated, so you already know that's a lie. But the next time he tries to say that he does shit for the love of the game, he don't do it for profit, I mean, truth be told, just go back to any detractor video that was made around February 11th, or if you can find the URL for this one, go to that, point that out. I'm sure there's a memology and a SnortBucks video that goes over all this and whatnot. And you can find it there. That this clearly bullshit if you look at his argument.
All of the important tournament competitive meta knowledge of a game on the internet for anyone to copy right away. And this
is funny too. Now think about it, because this is someone who's literally anti-establishment. He's the same person who said it's not fair that you have the chosen few, the golden, the chosen few, the golden child or the golden children or whatever, and everybody else has to kind of just be stuck. But he's literally fighting for that same hierarchy if you think about it. If you really, really think about it, the most skilled players should have and hoard all of that knowledge and information, and everybody else should just be peons. And if they're lucky to get in, then they're lucky to get in and be christened as one of us. But for everybody else, though, fuck y'all. Go back to the rice fields, go back to the cornfields, go back to the sugar cane and whatever else. If you really think about what he's saying.
You're not getting anything out of it? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
So do everything for personal benefit and nothing else. That's what he said, not me.
No, really. That's legitimately one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. Why would you do it then? Then don't do it.
Now I'm sorry, I gotta bring that all back now. I gotta bring all that back now. I gotta bring all that back now.
Throw that one in the trash to go to the next one. Oh, the next one came out, throw that one in the trash to play the next one. Why? Because they're all disposable, because we already figured everything out within a week. That's the problem with the way modern fighting games work. Sorry that the old way was more fun and better, but it's true. It just is, all right? It was better back in the day than it is today. Now, the other half of this equation that he just said, well, there's no money to be had here at all. There's no money. Then why are these people doing it?
You know what I just thought about? This is really fucked up. This is really fucked up that I'm just not coming up with this. If you think about it, he's really praising the older practice. Because remember how I was just talking about how there was different versions of a lot of these games? Not all of them, but a lot of these games had different versions or variations or whatever. If you think about it, this is him in some weird ass way trying to justify his version of Super Turbo, the PS1 version, right? The one that everybody laughs and mocks his ass for. This is literally him trying to justify it. Hey, if you didn't have the knowledge to how to play the game and know all the ins and outs of it, that's your fault. That's your problem. But for everybody else who knows, they should have succeeded. But that's weird because DSP literally had all of that knowledge and information because he was grinding the game out weeks leading up to EVO that year, EVO 2005. When the Japanese came over, they didn't have access to that variation, and they still beat his ass. So what do you say then? And would he try to use that as validation for saying, oh, well, that right there justifies why I'm the #1 North American player that year? Ooh, that's icky. That's really icky. I just thought about that. Damn.
No, really, I have to ask this question. Why would you completely spoil the competitive nature of fighting games?
Keep in mind, though, too, like I said, that he's using the word spoil instead of ruin. Keep that in mind. He's using the term spoiled instead of ruin.
Unless you're benefiting from it. You have lost me now. So you're actually putting all of the important tournament competitive meta knowledge of a game on the internet for anyone to copy right away.
I mean, it's not just on YouTube, though. Like I said, it's on the forums and everything, too. So those people who post up on forums, are they getting paid for that? If so, Phil, tell me how that works. Explain that to me. Those people who pass that shit around in Discords, how are they profiting from it? How are they making money off it, Phil? See, he can't tell you that because he don't know. Because he's been shut out from those avenues. Well, at least from the Discord avenue. You know what I'm saying? He can't explain that to you. All that shit's being shared on Reddit. You know what I mean? How does that work? You ever hit some of those links to some of those videos? It's not always the big guys. Some of those things are from these guys who came up with one 30-second fucking clip and shit that is literally unlisted on their YouTube channels and shit and has literally no views except for the guys that are on that particular Reddit or on that Discord. Not everybody publishes everything for profit. But this guy right here has the nerve to try to dictate to you how the competitive scene should act and how it should be run and how it should coordinate itself. Okay, I roger that.
And you're not getting anything out of it? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
And if you're a DSP fan, there's a reason why he can't give you nothing for free. He's explaining it right here. If you guys are looking for something that's non-FGC related.
No, really. That's legitimately one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. Why would you do it then? Then don't do it. Keep the knowledge for yourself, enter tournaments, and prosper for a bit.
If you're a DSP detractor, if you want to think about it this way, the moment you guys can put yourselves into the position of monetization, you might as well. DSP is literally telling you, hey, why would you do anything for free? You're stupid for doing that shit. So, you know, if he's saying he's basically saying to cash in. I mean, there's been plenty of other detractors who have said that as well. But shit, he's kind of giving you the okay. Unfortunate that he had to strike down super crazy for no damn reason, though. That's an unfortunate thing. But, you know, I guess DSP understands the error of his ways now.
I don't get it. I really don't. Again, it's a competitive community. It was always supposed to be. It's the idea of a competitive game is to have a competitive edge. You've literally destroyed your competitive edge day one because you told everyone about the knowledge of the game. And if you're not getting money for it, then why are you doing it? You're losing me here. Yeah. There's got to be a level of logic here somewhere, and I'm looking for it, and I'm not seeing it. All I'm seeing is everyone wants to be hype on the internet and meme about these characters and shit. Big deal. But then when you go to play the game's ruined within a week. It's so boring.
So why do you want to go back into the FGC so bad when you're terrible at fighting games and no one gives a fuck about what you say? Like this particular situation we're in right now. Why are you doing this? The FGC is never going to accept you. They're never going to care about you. They're only going to mock and ridicule you. Ernesto's kind of already done that, to be honest with you. You're just too stupid to see it. Why are you doing this? And what, so you can make your couple of shekels on YouTube and shit? That's it? It's all for profit? You're going to let yourself just be humiliated repeatedly. You're going to have all of everything that you're basically trying to say or convey be mocked for profit? Says a lot if you think about it.
Why did you ruin the game in a week?
Oh, now he wants to use the term ruin. I thought, how did we go from spoiled to now ruin? You see why I went ahead and put this out there? I did it. I prepped you. I primed you early for that.
All right, let's continue because I'm sure he has a lot more to say.
No, there's a way to do it where as if you leaked it. You did it too soon. People are real big on that, right? If you do it before Capcom releases certain shit, they feel like they were robbed of a certain...
Yeah, but DSP's not talking about that. I get where Ernesto's coming from, but that's not what DSP's talking about.
Experience, though, they will get pissed at content creators. Now, it doesn't really happen too often, but you have seen it throughout the years. And even with that, though, it's not so much meta. It's more so just revealing who's in the character, the upcoming announcements.
So he's talking about people who get advanced access and they make early content, spoiling new content before anyone should really even know about it. Fair enough. And you know me, I've been a person who's a very big opponent of people getting advanced early access.
Even though he himself has benefited from that. But let's harken this back to something else. Remember when he faced, memory don't fail me now. When he faced Chris G during the beta, and you remember how Chris G cleaned his ass up 13-0, and DSP got mad and said, oh, well, you know, he instead of just taking the laws like a man, not that DSP is a man, but instead of taking the laws like a man, he sat there and said, oh, well, you know, he must be in those circles where he was able to play this a bunch of time in advance, and that's how he has everything locked down, and, you know, how could I compete against that? Chris G had literally played the game that day. Literally that day he started playing along with other people. He didn't have any advanced play time with it or nothing. For those of you who know, you know.
Yes, for no good reason, just because they're the golden selected player or content creator, and then they spoil it for everyone. I hate that practice anyway.
You know, surprise shit like that. As far as though overall, the attitude of, man, y'all are robbing us by exposing the meta, because mine just dropped, and now day 2 and week 1, y'all done put everything out there. So now everybody plays the same, does the same thing, because y'all done ruined it. Isn't that the point? Like, because when a character drops, the first thing, like anybody FGC, they're looking at the notes, right? They're looking at, okay, what's plus, what's minus, what can I do? The people...
Well, DSP don't, because he don't know how to read, he doesn't know how to read frame data like that.
That are really into it, and the casuals don't really look at that shit, but they're just gonna play. And more so,
exactly
what the casuals are gonna do, instead of reading all that scientific shit, they're gonna look at videos because they want to learn. And yeah,
at least some will. Like I said, most people still go, well, some people still go through that path of discovery, let's call it, but not everybody. You know what I'm saying? So when you really look at DSP's argument on why are you guys ruining everything, it's starting to really fall flat. He looks at everybody out here as a scrub a no live or a no low, whatever the fuck, and they should be taken advantage of. And he feels like you guys should be losing to me, not the other way around. That sounds like a you problem, to be honest. That sounds like a personal that sounds like a personal issue.
And you could say, oh, it's easy, it's brain dead. You don't really need that if you're using modern controls and yada yada, but you're still gonna look at videos to see what they can do. And then usually what people do is try to put their own spice on it.
But there's a difference between watching a video of, say, gameplay. Like, let's say, for example, it's day one and all of a sudden there's a bunch of videos of top players using Mai Shiranui. On day one, if you watch those...
So wait. So wait. So you don't want something that can break down a combo or break down the normals and their special moves step by step. But if match footage is put out there, which people will go back and dissect frame by frame, move by move, and figure out what works and what doesn't, that's okay? I'm asking. Because now we're pushing the goalposts back. Let's see. I mean, maybe I jumped to conclusions. That, I'm a fucking brain dead detractor. That's what I did.
Videos, right? You're going to see this this player use the character in a certain way. This character uses the character in a different way. That's the best time. What I'm saying is not just watching raw gameplay, because that's existed since the beginning of time when you're talking about arcade gameplay. What are you going to do? Block the screen when people are playing competitive matches? Of course not. People are watching the high-level competitive matches and learning by just watching the match.
This is literally about clout. You can almost hear it. He's chomping at the goddamn bit. This is literally about clout.
So that always existed, okay? What I'm saying...
So let me go to a tournament on a day one game and get recognition for whatever it is that I discovered or I was able to pull off. And that's all well and good. Don't let these people go ahead and do guides to help these scrubs out here that they can end up beating me online. Okay. I get maybe that might be what he's saying. I don't know.
Is that people who literally sit there in the lab breaking down the character, testing frame by frame every single thing about the character, exposing the best strategy, the best mix-up, the best combo, the best this, the best that.
But there's no such thing as the best this, the best that. Like, none of that stuff is the end-all, be-all. You know what I'm saying? There'll always be a better strategy that will be discovered and or developed. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why DSP is a fucking scrub. That's literally why he's a surface-level scrub. The fact that he's convinced people that he's above average, it blows my motherfucking mind. Because the dude's legitimately a scrub. He's legitimately a scrub.
And then saying, this is what you do, go lab this. Those videos exist, and they are very popular. They are. I've seen them within days of a character coming out.
Wait, so oh no, that's almost like, oh no, did GTG not lie? He literally said that, hey, DSP watches that footage and uses it himself, so how is he going to sit there and have a problem with it? And then DSP admits it. Imagine that. Let's bring it back, though. Go back and roll the snorty footage just to make sure.
Videos. Because they want to learn. And yeah, you could say, oh, it's easy, it's brain dead. You don't really need that if you're using modern controls and yada yada, but you're still going to look at videos to see what they can do. And then usually what people do is try to put their own spice on it.
But there's a difference between watching a video of, say, gameplay. Like, let's say, for example, it's day one and all of a sudden there's a bunch of videos of top players using Mai Shiranui. On day one...
You mean the same people that would... So... This match footage comes out seeing top players. Remember the wording here. Top players using Mai, and you're okay with people emulating it that way. But you're not okay with some of those same top players making how-to guides? What? Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is coming from somebody, meaning DSP, who doesn't know how to lab. He doesn't understand how to use training mode properly. You know what I'm saying? Which is hence the reason why he barely ever does it. He just goes through the tutorials. He has to basically be spoon-fed on how to do, your starter combos, and then he runs off of that. If what he's saying is true, then theoretically, fighting games shouldn't even have a tutorial mode then. They should completely take that out. Matter of fact, you should have to play through the game at least once in arcade mode or story mode or whatever to unlock tutorial mode. That's pretty much, that's kind of what he's saying. Maybe they should do that. Or maybe that should be a feature you can have in the options to have that done. I'm just asking. He apparently he wants things to be so challenging, so daunting. So, why not?
you watch those videos, right, you're going to see this character, or excuse me, this player use the character in a certain way, this character use the character in a different way. That's the best time. What I'm saying is not just watching raw gameplay, because that's existed since the beginning of time when you're talking about arcade gameplay. What are you going to do? Block the screen when people are playing competitive matches? Of course not. People are watching the high-level competitive matches and learning by just watching the matchups.
At tournaments, keep in mind the wording of what he's saying here.
So that always existed, okay? What I'm saying is that,
and even with his narrative on tournaments, is still gatekeeping, because he's basically saying, no, you can only go to this forum to have all this stuff showcased, and if you're able to go there and whatnot, whether you're participating or you're just watching, then you can take in the knowledge. You can't, that information or those tournament footage shouldn't be put online for other people to be able to break down and then figure out how to do shit. So even if because there's so much pig shit here, you gotta fucking kind of swim through this shit a bit, or you gotta wade through it, I should say. Don't swim in this shit. Even there, it's still gatekeeping. You have to expend yourself in such a way to do such a thing to be able to get this thing, right? Instead of it just readily being made available for everybody. Not everybody can travel. Not everybody can afford to travel. Not everybody really wants to travel. Not until they actually, can get good themselves so they can level up. But that goes back to his gatekeeping narrative. You know what I'm saying? And if you really think about it, it's almost like he wants the tournament scene to die out. Because if it's only the top guys just constantly fighting it out, and none of the, not everybody else from the middle and lower classes can really show up to compete or be gatekept from such information, from such knowledge, he literally just comes across like the Catholic Church back in the day, when you had all those peasants who couldn't read, and only you had to go to the church or you had to go to your local priest or whatever to get the knowledge and the information, because they were the only ones who were literate.
people who literally sit there in the lab breaking down the character, testing frame by frame every single thing about the character, exposing the best strategy, the best mix-up, the best combo, the best this, the best that, and then saying, this is what you do, go lab this. Those videos exist, and they are very popular. They are. I've seen them within days of a character coming out. Here is the early guide for my optimal damage, optimal situational stuff, optimal this. Why are you putting that out there?
He kind of exposed himself too, because those videos were out before his stream. So you have an idea of what he was doing. Good job, Phil. I say, give him enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Make people earn it. Make people play.
Did you earn it by watching that video before you started your stream day one to player? Make it make sense.
For themselves to learn it, or watch top players who have learned it and try to learn from them. Not
wait, either earn it or go to top players and watch them. Let me bring this back. But yet again, you see the clout part of it now, because he knows that his monetization narrative, it isn't holding up. So now we have to go back to clout, which is funny because that was the thing he said before the monetization that didn't mean anything. But now we have to circle back to it because, yet again, this shit's falling flat and he knows it.
Existed, okay? What I'm saying is that people who literally sit there in the lab breaking down the character, testing frame by frame every single thing about the character, exposing the best strategy, the best mix-up, the best combo, the best this, the best that, and then saying, this is what you do, go lab this. Those videos exist, and they are very popular. They are. I've seen them within days of a character coming out. Here is the early guide for my optimal damage, optimal situational stuff, optimal this. Why are you putting that out there? Make people earn it. Make people play for themselves to learn it, or watch top players who have learned it and try to learn from them. Not just tell you like easy fucking baby mode how to do it. You're literally handing a book, Street Fighter 6 for dummies, to dummies.
See, he's literally like the early Catholic Church. Legitimately. Holy shit. Holy shit. No pun intended. I don't mean to offend anybody with that HS, that HS thing. But,
And saying, hey, dummies, since you're too lazy to figure it out and you're too dumb to figure it out for yourself, here's how to win. Why would you do that in a competitive game? That's brainless. You should not be doing that. Again, if you were making personal...
And then here's the thing, though, too. We're talking about someone who doesn't even have any natural talent himself, right? So, like, these players are going to beat him out no matter what. So whatever little lame-ass shit that he tries to emulate, excuse me, or that he tries to counterfeit into his own playing style would get sussed out and beat out just as quickly. He's literally no better. He would literally be no better than the people who are trying to learn. The people on the bottom rung, if you will, are trying to climb. But as long as he's higher up than they are, he's okay with it. He's content with it. So what is that called, ladies and gentlemen? It's called gatekeeping. As long as he has a little bit more knowledge or information than everybody else, and he can still hold them down, then he thinks he'll be taken in by the rest of the, he thinks he'll eventually make it to the upper echelon, but he won't. Gatekeeper status is a thing for a reason.
Profits doing it, I'd understand it. Now you're saying no one's even profiting from it. So you're literally destroying your whole community. You get that, right? Basically, if you didn't give the meta away within a week, people would have more time to discover, more time to enjoy, more time to not get crushed by the top tier strategy immediately. Okay?
So is Street Fighter 6 dead and I didn't hear anything about it? Is that what that is?
Understand why you think that giving away the keys to the kingdom on day 7.
What a greedy, selfish, ruthless vato. Holy shit. Absolute worthless, useless piece of shit.
Is the right thing to do. You're essentially taking away that time period.
And you can see why the FGC don't want to give this guy no real light, to be honest with you. Because supposedly there's a discussion behind the scenes as to, you know what, you got to be careful. You know, maybe spotlighting him wasn't the best idea. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. I can't prove that. I wasn't in the Discord when it happened and whatnot. So, and that in the conversation wasn't actually, like, Ernesto wasn't in there too. It was just a bunch of guys being like, you know what, this is one of the reasons why we didn't want this type of behavior in there. You know what I'm saying? Or in our community and shit. There's a reason why DSP was, you know what I'm saying, he was pushed out or he was faded out as long as he was. That's me saying this now. There's a reason why they pushed his ass out or he got faded out as long as he did. Or as long ago as he did, I should say. You just don't need this type of behavior. It doesn't help anything. He's literally saying, hey, all you newcomers to our community, I'm going to exploit you guys and whatnot. And if you happen to get better, okay. But other than that, I'm going to exploit the shit out of you so I can elevate myself. That's not building a community.
Period when things are fun and just saying, here it is. Everyone play exactly the same.
Why do you think you have so many pro players who stream and make content? You know what I'm saying? They want to make them, they try to make themselves as accessible as possible, but also get as many people in there as possible to ask questions. Hey, Snake Eyes, how do you like? Snake Eyes will answer your questions all day on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Filipino Champ's another one. Justin's another one. Jipes is another one. Fucking Chris G's another one. You know what I'm saying? Shit, Daigo's another one. If you can, you know, if you change your language translation and shit, he'll answer your questions. Momochi's another one. Taquito when he's sometimes streaming. Punk and Smug, who are my two favorite people to go to, they answer your questions all day on stream. They got no problem doing that shit. But apparently, to this idiot, that's a problem. Fucking loser.
From now on, because that's the best way to play. You've lost me. That was not...
You deserve to be lost, to be honest with you. You deserve to be lost.
What competition and what Street Fighter was about back in the day at all.
Okay, well, stick to your fucking archaic 20-year-old bullshit then, bro. There's a reason why the community still isn't the way it is now. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and go with that. You know what I'm saying? Don't be wrong, because I got respect for the OGs and shit. I think they call OGs now legacy players, but I'm going to stick with OG. That sounds better. But if we went with that same archaic thought process that he has, Street Fighter 4 probably would have never been made. And if it wasn't made, or let's say Street Fighter 4 was made and it wasn't made for the actual internet, it wasn't made for online play, all that bullshit he talking about would be dead. It'd be dusted if you really think about it. So the very thing, the very practices or traditions that he's sitting here trying to keep alive for whatever lame-ass reason is kind of, in one way of looking at it, one of the reasons that damn near killed the FGC. So yet again, that doesn't fit our narrative, so we can't bring that up.
At all. Because to some extent, your ability to learn a fighting game for yourself, the speed at which you discover things, you adapt things, you improve things for yourself, was a measure of skill. And by you giving all of that information on the internet away for free within a few days, you have erased that skill check from fighting games.
Wait, everybody learns fighting games at you know what I'm saying, at different levels, at different in different time frames. I get what he's trying to say on that. Of course, he's trying to use that as another form of gatekeeping. Here's the reality, though. You had some people who didn't go to tournaments until they were ready. Like, till they were ready. You know what I'm saying? They would skip most majors until they were until either a major that they really wanted to go to came about, or until they felt like they were just comfortable enough to go. So, like he makes it sound like, or come across, that game drops, all the talented players immediately pick that shit up and they immediately run to the fucking nearest, to the next major that happens. And that's not true. That's not true at all. But that's an individual basis. And even those who felt confident in what they've learned and how much they learned still had to, you know what I'm saying? You still got to sharpen shit up. You still got to polish shit, you know what I'm saying? To make sure, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to go and take that trip out there just to lose. No one's going to a tournament just to lose. You know what I mean? So I get what he's trying to say, but because it's still in bad faith, it needs to be cut down just like anything else.
You have made it so that anyone who has time to lab can literally play fighting games at the meta level. Now,
if you're putting the time in, then you should be able to be recognized for that.
I'm not saying those people are going to enter a tournament and win, but they're all going to play exactly the same. And again, that stands to reason.
So wait, so you would rather the guys who go to tournaments and be emulated instead of the guys who are putting out content and streaming while they're labbing shit? So you don't want people to have a strong foundation. You want them to emulate all of the big tournament names or whatever. So if everybody's playing like Taquito, then what? You're going to bitch about that too?
With my point that I had said, this is why every cami plays exactly the same.
But that's literally not true because, one, you haven't played every cami, so let's go ahead and exclude that. And two, if you've played as many camis as you said you have, why haven't you figured out a way around it? Three, I've seen multiple camis just in the DSP detractor community hand you your ass, and you weren't able to get around them too. You just gave them the blanket statement that they all played alike so you could dismiss them. Yet you still can't beat any of them. Make that make sense.
They all watched the same videos, they studied the same tech, and they were told this is how you do it.
Keep in mind, this is the same videos and the same tech that he watches too. Keep that in mind.
So now that's how they all do it. And the game sucks. Sorry, the game is boring when everyone plays exactly the same.
So it's not that he's bad at it. He can't beat those people. He can't get around those people. He can't figure them out. The game's just bad. Okay.
And that is what happens when you expose the meta too early. And that is what...
Exposing the meta too early now. Now there has to be a time frame for when all of this information can come out, which he's already talked about. I'm just putting everything into context. It should take... Street Fighter should exist... Street Fighter 6, I should say, should exist for years and years and years and whatnot. Because slow progression is going to give the game longevity. So how much longevity... Let's reword that. Let's reword that. How much prominence was there in 2005, 2006, and 2007 that Street Fighter, that Super Turbo have? At that, it was already a dead game by Street Fighter 5. Hence the reason why they were playing on console. It was already a dead game then. Arguably, Super Turbo was dead in 2003. And it kind of just kept hobbling along. And even funnier than that, as early, or as recent, I should say, as in 2017, 2018, 2019, when DSP was playing those collection editions that had Super Turbo, he was getting beat up by shit that he swore he had never seen before. He didn't know a character could do that. He didn't know a combo could be done like that. I distinctly remember a DJ match and a Honda match and a T-Hawk match where he was facing off against those guys. And they did shit that he had never seen before. But I thought he was a DJ specialist. I thought T-Hawk was one of his best characters. I thought he was really good at E-Honda. I remember a fucking Ryu freestyling the fuck out of him. I wonder if it's in Ludwig World Orders. Some of those Street Fighter collections that he made. I wonder if it's in there. But there's distinctly a fucking Ryu match, or Ryu, however you want to pronounce it, where DSP got his ass handed to him. He swore up and down that he had never seen any of that done before. He didn't even know that could be done. And that was only as recent as the last few years. Let's say couple, but the last few years. How do you explain that? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Everyone is doing with FGC with these games, and that's why they're disposable. That's why Street Fighter 6 isn't going to last 10 years, like other games have.
It probably shouldn't, to be honest with you. I want progression in my fighting games, to be honest with you. How long did Street Fighter V last for? 7? You know what I'm saying? No one, we live in a day and age where most people don't want fighting games to last that long. Don't be wrong. I don't want it to be like Call of Duty where that shit's a weekly or a yearly, it damn sure feels like weekly, a yearly release. I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that, to be honest with you. But, you know, 5 to 7 years is pretty good and whatnot, and then we can get a new game. That doesn't mean that you have to stop playing the old one. But, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't, a fighting game shouldn't last 10 years. That's kind of retarded.
Do you think that a year and a half of Marvel 2 being out, people were complaining the game's boring? No. People were excited and still having fun in arcades because they were still discovering shit.
They still are discovering shit in Marvel 2 this very day. People are still discovering shit in CVS 2, especially the Japanese version. Not to say there's really a distinct difference between the Japanese and American version. Actually, there might be, now I think about it. There might be, but don't hold me to that. I don't know if it has something to do with the grooves. Don't hold me to that. But the point being is that, you know what I'm saying, there's stuff that's being discovered in every game. Fucking A, Super Turbo still has discovery going on. Third Strike still has stuff going on. The first Guilty Gear still has stuff being discovered. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how fucking deep some of those games are? A lot of those games, really. Not all of them, but a lot of them. You know how deep some of those games are? Some of those games are crazy. You know what I've been really liking lately? They, you know, like the Capcom, let's go with that. Capcom has some of these really old fighting games that you never hear about and shit, right? I can't remember how I got it, or one of my peoples when they came by and shit. They had a thumb drive and they uploaded everything. And they have you have some of these old Capcom fighting games you never really hear much about. And some of these games are fun as shit. And there are crazy videos on YouTube over these things. And there's this one dude, he's an American, but he lives in, I want to tell you, he lives somewhere in the provinces out there in Japan somewhere. I can't remember now. But he's out there in the sticks, so to speak. And that's all he does is play these old games, right? It's him and like a cabal of them. There's like 8 of these guys who like doing this shit. And these guys are discovering all kinds of crazy ass shit. Like constantly. They're constantly finding this, discovering this shit. There was a side tournament for EVO some years ago that had some of these games showcased, and these guys showed up. And a bunch of American players, some guys from Mexico showed up, some guys from Canada showed up. And they had about 100 people, give or take. And they had this side tournament or whatever, and some of these videos you can still find. And you got dudes who said they've been playing this game is old. These games are out in the 90s and shit. And these guys are like, yo, I've been playing this game for damn near 20 years. I ain't never seen that in my life. That was an interesting conversation, listening to not only the commentators go over this. It was like I said, it was a small tournament, but the guys who were actually shoulder to shoulder talking about, I've never seen that before. I didn't know that character could do that, whatever. There is no thorough maxing out of any game, to be honest with you, let alone a fighting game. There's always stuff to be discovered. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why those old games were made the way they were. Because they didn't even know what the possibility was for some of those characters or for the game mechanics itself. That's why those damn things are, that's why Marvel 2, for example, is so goddamn buggy and shit. I'll give you another example since the situation with Billy Mitchell. Look at that shit with the fucking end screen, the dead screen on that shit, and then how you could still collect those extra points to get to whatever the world record is or whatever. People didn't know about that shit back when Billy Mitchell was still a kid with the rest of those guys, or at least a young man or whatever. They didn't know that shit. That was discovered a bunch of time later. You know what I mean? And now, given that people, more and more players are being discovered that may have actually hit the world record for Donkey Kong before, not Donkey Kong, for Pac-Man, I'm sorry. For Pac-Man before Billy was published to do so. You know what I'm saying? You got like a whole generation of people that's essentially got suppressed just so Billy Mitchell could have an advantage. The crazy part is, allegedly, Billy Mitchell and some of his cronies actually talked to some of these guys. They were actually talking strategy and shit with them. And Billy, allegedly, used all of that to put it together so he could go for his run. And Steve Wiebe still damn near beat him. Or almost. Until he got fucked over, but that's a whole nother story for another thing. Oh man. Watching the story about those retro games and the competitive side of it are fascinating. Fascinating, I gotta tell you. Alright, here we go.
With Street Fighter 6, people are bored within 2 weeks because everything's been exposed. When's the next character coming out? Man, I'm so bored. That's awful.
That's funny because yet again, this is someone who's not tapped into the FGC. Just because he stalks a bunch of people, don't mean he's tapped in. But whatever, I'll let him have his run.
How people don't get that, I don't understand. The only thing I can think, because you weren't around back then. You actually...
Oh, so now we're going to use ageism to get them out of there. Now, keep in mind, DSP loves his racism, but now we're going to use ageism to go ahead and try to push people out so we can make our narrative. That's funny. So we try to say it was about clout. Then we try to go for profit. Then we try to go back to clout. Now we got to use ageism. Are we keeping up, class? I hope so.
legitimately weren't around during the era of discovery. The days when you actually took your time to learn games and skill was a factor rather than how much time you had to lab. So because of that, you don't understand the context. I had a...
So then you're literally fighting for a dead cause, basically. I'm glad you're admitting this, because that's literally what he's doing.
blast back in the day playing in arcades because it was a different experience. Now I go on...
Okay, so you're reminiscing about the ambiance. That's really what he's attached to. His narrative doesn't hold any water because of how many years removed he is. Damn near 2 decades. Keep that in mind.
Online, day
2 decades plus, now that I think about it, actually.
of a character, everyone knows 80% combos, unstoppable corner strategies, throw loops. Dude, I just booted the game for the first time in months. I want to play. Can I fucking play one match before I get my ass handed to me by someone who studied 20 videos and labbed for 7 hours?
So no one told you to sit there and remove yourself from the game for all that time. That's your fault. That's legitimately your fault. So, and yet again, this right here exposes himself. Basically what he's trying to say is, I'm not good enough to play base game. So I wait until the pay-to-win characters that come in and then try to exploit that. I'm mad because people made videos on how to beat the pay-to-win players. So now I'm going to sit there and get butthurt. I'm going to quit the game until the next season. That's literally what he said. That's legitimately what he said.
This is fucking stupid. Let's continue.
I remember back in the video game days, we would have to we would have to ride our bikes to a certain arcade or fucking gas station because that's where they have a cabinet for Street Fighter 2, and
Yep.
we would play, and we would literally have to ask a kid we've never seen before, how did you do that? Show me how'd you do that, and I'll be damned if a lot of these sons of bitches wouldn't show you.
Of course, because that's called competitive nature in a
No, it's called gatekeeping.
competitive game. Why would you tell someone how to do the thing that wins?
And keep in mind, these were kids. Keep in mind, these were kids. Kids are petty and, well, some kids are petty and spiteful. You know what I'm saying? It's like being competitive. That was just gatekeeping. It's funny though, but you know what I'm saying? You can give kids a pass, but it was gatekeeping.
That's the point. That's the point of a competitive game. Figure it out for yourself. That's what you do in a fighting game.
So is he gonna go ahead and swear off ever watching how-to videos for Street Fighter characters and stuff? Is he gonna stop doing that? Bet you he won't.
Because they didn't want you to know. They would hide the tech and keep the tech as much as they could, and it was so, but the way that they would cock block in the game was ridiculous. But when you met somebody who was cool and they would show you how to do certain things, I remember the first time I learned how to do
I'm gonna be honest with you, no one taught me shit. I learned everything for myself by watching other players.
Literally lying, by the way, but all right. If any of you guys have heard DSP's early fucking fighting game stories and shit, you know this isn't true and whatnot. No one ever taught him shit. So John didn't teach him nothing. Howard didn't teach him anything. T. Carter didn't teach him anything. Scott didn't teach him anything, right? It sounds like if no one taught you anything, Phil, it sounds like you didn't have any friends. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you weren't a very sociable person, Phil. It sounds like you were just that little pig in the blanket, fucking literally spamming 100 hand slaps with fucking E Honda, and that's pretty much the end of that. And having grown-ass men having your fucking face in their crotch while they simulated tombstone power driving you and shit. It sounds like you didn't have any friends, Phil. That's what it sounds like. Yikes. So it sounds like T. Carter, sounds like that whole brotherhood in Connecticut was probably the best thing that ever happened to you. Because it sounds like you were just a lonely person by yourself beforehand. That might be just me reading into it, but that's kind of what it comes across to me.
Are practicing myself. I didn't learn a single technique by someone telling me this is how you do it.
He's lying. He's gotta be lying. Because if not, then my then my narrative still holds. I mean, they both could still be right, so it is what it is. But good God, Phil, that sounds lonely, man. I gotta tell you, that sounds lonely as shit. Fucking A, bro.
Not one. It's winnable. It's doable, but you have to have skill. You actually have to have intelligence, not just time. You actually have to have some level of like intelligent thought to actually think about how the game works and how this might work and experiment with it and then try that and then do this and then you figure it out.
But you didn't figure out shit. You just said that you watched other people. Just because they didn't teach you didn't mean that you didn't pick up something from it. Just because someone didn't handhold you through the shit didn't mean. Let me bring this back. Holy shit, though, Phil. That sounds really sad, though. I gotta tell you. I don't feel bad because I'm soulless like that, but that sounds really sad. Holy shit.
Exposed. When's the next character coming out? Man, I'm so bored. That's awful.
Wow.
How people don't get that, I don't understand. The only thing I can think, because you weren't around back then.
So basically, and actually, let me form you another argument or another frame of thought, if you will. So because no one wanted to be cool with me, no one liked me, no one taught me, no one else should be taught either. No one else should have it easier than how I had it because I had it so bad. That's kind of what he sounds like. Sounds like that grumpy old man who's like, oh, we had to walk 12 miles to get to school in the snow with no shoes on, or with socks but no shoes, or just with our snow boots or whatever. You young whippersnappers don't know what you got, how good you guys have it. That's literally what it sounds like. So his gatekeeping is actually far more personal than maybe I was willing to give credit to. Let's hear it out.
You actually legitimately weren't around during the era of discovery. The days when you actually took your time to learn games and skill was a factor rather than how much time you had to lab. So because of that, you don't understand the context. I had a blast back in the day playing in arcades because it was a different experience. Now I go online, day 2 of a character, everyone knows 80% combos, unstoppable corner strategies, throw loops. Dude, I just booted the game for the first time in months. I want to play. Can I fucking play one match before I get my ass handed to me by someone who studied 20 videos and labbed for 7 hours? This is fucking stupid.
It's our time, old man. If you want to use ageism, I can go ahead and do that too. You know what I'm saying? You better learn how to read a room. You better understand the time that you live in.
Let's continue.
I remember back in the video game days, we would have to we would have to ride our bikes to a certain arcade or fucking gas station because that's where they have a cabinet for Street Fighter 2, and we would play, and we would literally have to ask a kid we've never seen before, how did you do that? Show me how'd you do that, and I'll be damned if a lot of these sons of bitches wouldn't show you.
Of course, because that's called competitive nature in a competitive game. Why would you tell someone how to do the thing that wins? That's the point. That's the point of a competitive game. Figure it out for yourself.
You know for damn sure he never played sports when he was a kid. You could tell he just never played sports. Didn't have a lick of athleticism to him at all. You could tell. Mommy and daddy kept his ass in the house where he was safe because he's a fucking dent and whatnot. But then again, this is the same idiot. Never learned how to swim. Never learned how to ride a bike. You know what I'm saying? Just pathetically sad stuff and whatnot. It's wild. Absolutely fucking wild. And then has to come up with reasons and excuses why he never learned. Keep that in mind too.
That's what you do in a fighting game.
Because they didn't want you to know, they would hide the tech and keep the tech as much as they could. And it was so, but the way that they would cock block in the game was ridiculous. But when you met somebody who was cool and they would show you how to do certain things. I remember the first time I learned how to do it.
I'm going to be honest with you. No one taught me shit. I learned everything for myself by watching other players or practicing myself. I didn't learn a single technique by someone telling me this is how you do it. Not one. It's winnable. It's doable, but you have to have skill. You actually have to have intelligence, not just time. You actually have to have some level of like intelligent thought to actually think about how the game works and how this might work and experiment with.
You know, for someone who talks about intelligence, you would think he would bring up the concept of perception. You would think, but maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's me giving him too much credit.
And then try that and then do this and then you figure it out. Not, oh, there was a nice guy who told me how to do it. I met 0 nice guys at arcades who taught me techniques to win a tournament ever.
So first off, RIP to fucking Scott, RIP to fucking T Carter and whatnot. John and Howard weren't about shit, apparently. Damn, bro. No one ever helped DSP do nothing. I gotta say, man, if I had even an ounce of human decency, that sounds really sad. You know what I'm saying? Not sad in a pathetic sort of way. Okay, fuck that I lied. It is sad in a pathetic sort of way. But it's also sad in just a sad ass way. Just to say that. But then again, DSP is a pathological liar, so I don't believe shit about shit. But if it was true, it would still be pathetic. But it'd be incredibly sad. That's really, really sad. He would beg mommy and daddy to take him up to the fucking arcade on Fridays and Saturdays, and nobody liked him. Nobody talked to him. He was just a walking ATM machine combo dummy, just like he ended up becoming in the FGC. And that was it. Because according to him, no one liked him, no one cared about him, no one was willing to help him. None of that. It took his own intelligence to figure out everything about the game inside and out, and that's how he got good. Forgot, though, that whole narrative, though, about his time with T. Carter, though, and Scott, and John and Howard. He forgot about all that part. All these guys that were supposedly his supposed rivals, and all that bullshit. They never taught him nothing. They never explained nothing to him. They never helped him in any type of way. Heavy is the head, I guess.
Standing blade kick with Gout on Street Fighter 2 about my damn life changed. Anyway, when you met somebody that showed you the meta, damn, it just took everything to a whole new level. And yes, that was exciting. But you know what would have been even more exciting? If we would have had more meta. You know what I'm saying? If we would have had like magazines and online searches or whatever that could show this and really make us like dive in deep to unlock true potential.
No.
Yeah, he's exposing himself now. He has sat there and sucked fucking Button Check's dick up to this point, and now none of his shit's holding up, and none of it's working. So now we got to go back to the belligerent little bitch that we're known for. Well done, Phil. You're doing most of the heavy lifting for me.
Because that's not competitive. That would not have been better. Again.
Now keep in mind, it's the same idiot that was using game guides and shit like that too, right? While making content for the internet and had the nerve to say that it was entertaining. Keep that in mind.
Why did Marvel 2? Why did Third Strike? Why did Super Turbo to this day? Why are these?
I don't even know why you keep bringing up Marvel 2 and Third Strike when you ain't shit in either one of those games anyway. Like, you have no business doing that. But this is funny, though, too, because it's the same guy who sat there and told another dude, hey, you have no business being here. You don't belong here. Now, context. Triforce was in this was on SRK. Triforce was in the SRK on the Third Strike forum. He was on the SRK forum, but he was in the Third Strike thread, and he was talking to some other players, this, that, and the third. He had a disagreement with a few of them, this, that, and the third. DSP never wanted to go ahead and kick a black man while he's down. Never missed the opportunity, I should say, to go up there and try to say, hey, you don't belong here, boy. What are you doing here? You don't play the game. You don't do this, that, and third. You shouldn't be talking right now. Go ahead and get yourself up and out of here. Keep in mind, DSP didn't play that game either. He had no business being there. He felt like he had a place there because there was someone else he was associated with, Nelson, if I remember correctly, who was in that thread. Here's the crazy part. Most of those guys in that thread fucked with fucking Triforce, which is the reason why he was there in the first place. But DSP won't tell you that, though. He won't tell you that. He just came up out his face and said, what you doing here, boy? You got no place here. Make it make sense.
Game's still prominent.
He didn't say boy, by the way. I just put that there for full transparency. If he did, then I missed that part when I went ahead and I saw the screenshot for it. But the intent behind it's still there.
Why did
you telling another man, despite the color of their skin, that you don't belong here? That says a lot. It says a lot.
They last a decade holding down the competitive community when there were no new Capcom fighting games? Because the meta wasn't fucking destroyed. People kept experiencing new things in the meta the more they played. Eventually things staled up. Like, I would say probably 6 years into Marvel 2, finally almost everything had been discovered.
That's literally not true. There's stuff still being discovered to this very day. To be honest with you. If you've ever seen combo videos, which they do exist still, you look at what the American combo videos compared to the videos from Mexico, compared to the videos from Japan and China and Korea and in Europe, if you will. they play completely different. If you go back, I can give you a better example. Look at how Marvel 3 is playing over Ultimate Marvel 3 as well. But look at how Marvel 3 is playing throughout different countries and shit. It's just a completely different. There's a completely different vibe. It's a completely different vibe. Here, let's go ahead and give you something closer to home. Look at how SNK games are played. Look at how we play in the US and look at how they play in Mexico or South America. Let's go ahead and further that. It's a completely different vibe, dude. It's a completely different vibe. Trust me, there is no game out there that's been completely blown, that's been blown open. There's always going to be something to be discovered. But because DSP is a tier whore and a mainstream whore, he only knows what the top players tell him. Everything else is disregarded because, why would you acknowledge something that's not considered top tier? And that's his problem. That's the reason why he gets beat up the way he does. Well deserved, to be honest with you.
And now you're like, okay, we're kind of burnt out on it, right? But at least you got a long time out of it. Instead of just rushing everything to the internet. I don't want everything on the internet for a competitive game. That doesn't make sense because then there's no fun. It really, and I think what it is, this generation of gamer, and I'm not shit talking button check here at all. This generation of gamer never experienced the fun times of fighting games and doesn't even know what they're like. Instead, to them, it's just, I want to know all the knowledge. I want a lab. I want all the knowledge. I want a lab. I get zero fun out of having all the knowledge and labbing. Zero.
Okay, that's a personal opinion. Congratulations. You feel better now?
I have never once sat in a training mode, practicing a combo.
Pay attention to this, because this is going to explain a lot.
Doing a trial and said, this is fun times. Do you want to know when I had fun? Playing against people. That's when I have fun. And if I play against
except for when they're clearly better than him or smarter than him, then he's not having fun no more. Then it's the lag, it's rollback, they're cheating. I don't have all time to play. I'm a variety streamer. Should I keep going? I can.
Person, and during a match, I learned something. Oh, that beats that. Ooh, look at that. I just made a combo up right on the fly by trying it, and it worked.
Yeah, you've never made a combo on the fly. Everything like let's go back to Blanca, for example. Every combo that he's ever had with Blanca, he learned from a video. But since he wants to talk about learning things on the fly, why can't we get past those Cammy players? Why can't we get past those Jamie players? Why can't we get past those Chung-Li players? I'm waiting.
And now I'm gonna learn that execution for next.
For a while, he had a pretty hard time dealing with Kimberly players too. But I mean, then again, there's obvious reasons behind that, I'm sure.
Time and this and that. Those are the moments of discovery that are meaningful and give you that fucking adrenaline rush. They give you that level of like accomplishment. Not, oh, I copied someone else from a video in training mode for 5 hours and then I did it in a match. That gives.
So you would rather watch a pro player's video and then copy it and use it on your stream, and that's okay? I'm missing his narrative on this. I'm missing the point.
Gives me zero feeling of accomplishment. But again, it seems like there's a whole generation that this is how.
I thought he said we weren't insulting the guy, but we're giving him the thumb. Okay.
They learn fighting games. So to them, that's how they get their big rush. No, sorry.
Wait, I thought you said they were only doing it for profit, and if they weren't doing it for profit, they were fucking stupid. Now you're saying that now you're trying to reinforce that they're doing it for clout. Now you're trying to say that they're doing it for all the wrong reasons, and they may not even know why they're doing it. Which one is it? So is it for clout? Is it for finance? Is it for a financial reason? Is it ageism? What is it? Because we're all over the place with this shit.
Not how.
And keep in mind, he's not even talking to Ernesto. He's not talking to him in real time because DSP's scared. He's scared to talk to people. So we're not even talking to the dude in real time. So literally what Ernesto is saying is making him question his own argument in real time. Hence the reason why he has to keep changing it. That's wild. That's wild. That's like you talking to a wall and you changing up your arguments because you're scared of how the wall is going to respond to you. That's fucking wild. Funny shit, though.
Anyone got a rush back in the day.
It also tells me, though, too, that besides his loneliness, which is pathetic, by the way, he had a lot riding on this shit, like this FGC thing, or just fighting games in general. Maybe because I mean, clearly he said no one helped him. Clearly he had nothing else going on in his miserable ass life. Maybe this was the only place he felt a sense of belonging, but he still didn't know how to ingratiate himself to these people. I don't know. I don't know. He's definitely socially stunted, certainly. But I got to tell you, a lot of this kind of explains why he is the way he is now to some degree. Like I said, it would be sad if I wasn't the savage that I am, to be honest with you. Maybe for some of you guys who have a conscience, maybe this is pretty, this is pretty sad. But I don't know. It sounds, I think we're starting to get to the root cause of it. He sounds like just an incredibly lonely person, which only makes sense why he is the way he is now. So let me reword that. He sounds like an incredibly lonely child. You know what I mean? And he all he did was grow up to be an incredibly lonely person. You know what I'm saying? I won't call him a man because he's not worthy of that. But he just grew up to be an incredibly lonely person. And so by proxy, he uses and abuses the people around him. And look at Cat. Look at Panda. Look at John and Howard. Look at how he ran through these people like cancer. Really? Like let's not do cancer. No, fuck it. We're gonna stay with cancer, but I'll go and add on to that. Like the plague. Like bubonic plague. He just ran through them indiscriminately. Anybody who gave him attention, he latched onto them until he got everything he could out of them, and then they were discarded. But yet he always makes himself out to be the victim. How is that? Or why is that?
Once again, I know it's DSP. I already know how a lot of people are going to react. Hell, look at these comments right here. People are like,
so he's going to read comments off of the detractor video, which is sad because that's not the audience that cares or is going to say anything intelligent. We're going to look at the comments on his video, and you're going to see there's actually some pretty intelligent ones.
Wait and see how long it took him to point these things out. He was so down bad, DSP. He was so down bad that he had to highlight them. And there's probably half a dozen, if even that many. Imagine that. Imagine you going under another person's video to try to find positive comments about you. And you have to read, and he read each and every one of those other comments leading up to those quote-unquote positive ones. Does that sound like something stable? Does that sound like something a fucking functioning human being would do?
like, the problem with modern games is that people are learning the game.
Yep.
The problem is that people are learning the game at too accelerated of a rate that they didn't earn, and it ruins the game too quickly and makes it boring way too fast. That's what I said, not that abbreviated version.
And then wasn't he watching tech videos to beat other players?
Yep.
No, I was watching matchup videos as if I were attending a tournament in person.
That's so pathetic. It's so pathetic you would try to push that back. That's so pathetic that you would try to push that back. Oh, shit.
Which is what I used to do back in the day. I was watching matchup videos to learn how to use strategies and stuff. That's very different than studying the top tier meta tech video.
But if the top player that you're watching is using the quote unquote top tech meta, isn't that not the same thing? Just because he's not taking a spoon out of the, you know what I'm saying? He's not taking a spoon to the trough and putting it right into your goddamn snout. Is that still not the same damn thing? All right. Or at least similar, I should say. Maybe not the same damn thing, but certainly similar.
He wants to gatekeep new people from improving so he can forever feed his ego.
I don't have an ego. I'm never going to go to a tournament and try to win. I'm never going to say, oh, I'm the best at a modern fighting game. I'm not.
So why are you crying? Yet again, he can't explain that to you. Why are you crying about this? Why are you going so hard for something that you're never going to obtain? And you apparently have no desire to obtain. It's not that he can't, it's not that that he doesn't want it. He knows he can't achieve it. That's literally what it comes down to. It's the hallmarks of a true loser and coward, by the way.
Not a moron, okay? I don't invest the amount of time and effort to ever be good at a modern fighting game. There's no ego here.
I mean, you're not good at the older ones either, so that really doesn't matter. You can go ahead and try to use your ageism yet again to split that up, but you're bad at all fighting games, to be honest with you.
It's a fact that modern fighting games are being ruined far too quickly, and people don't want to listen to me just because I'm a meme on the internet that everyone loves to hate.
I mean, you've done everything in your power to earn that meme, though, or whatever the fuck, to earn the ire, I should say, that disdain. I don't know why you're so upset. You've gone out of your way to earn the shit. You relish in it at times. I don't see what the problem is. I don't get it.
You're a moron if you believe that. It's your own fault if you want to live in ignorance. Don't listen to people who know better than you just because people like to make fun of them. Sounds like you're the moron here, not me.
So wait, the guy who literally jerked off on stream, who's had plenty of fucking ridiculous takes over pretty much everything, right? Who's universally ignored even more than he's actually mocked. They should listen to you because you know better. Yet you beg online because you have no way of providing for yourself otherwise. Nothing that you do or produce makes you money so you can make a living. You beg. At the end of the day, you beg. And people should listen to you. Make that make sense.
I know what I'm talking about.
Really shows the type of person he was back in the day. Can only win when people don't know better. Can't hold his own against people in the same knowledge.
Except that I regularly beat top players who had way more experience and knowledge than me back in the day. Nice try.
He's beaten some top players. He didn't beat them regularly. That's bullshit. But he has beaten some notable top players. I can say that for sure.
I was known as the upstart up-and-comer.
No, what he was doing, first off, he wasn't any of that. Two, it's almost like he's trying to skin walk as T Carter, which is weird. And three, the real champ, the up and comer, the golden child, if you will, was Justin Wong. So, and Justin's younger than him. So how are you the young upstart when you were around at the same time as Justin and Justin's younger than you? Make that make sense. You weren't a young Turk. You know what I'm saying? You weren't the savior coming out of Connecticut. You're skin walking as some dead kid and whatnot that you may or may not even have been friends with. Now that I really want to question that shit, stop. Just stop.
Who basically was the runt who was beating the top tier players, and that's why a lot of people didn't like me.
But it's saying that.
Okay, let me bring that back. The runt of the litter that was beating everybody. How does that make you the runt of the litter then? Maybe you don't understand that terminology. All right, fair enough.
The problem is that people are learning the game at too accelerated of a rate that they didn't earn, and it ruins the game too quickly and makes it boring way too fast. That's what I said, not that abbreviated version.
And then wasn't he watching tech videos to beat other players?
No, I was watching matchup videos as if I were attending a tournament in person, which is what I used to do back in the day.
Now keep in mind, he didn't actually tell us what videos he was watching, so take all of that with a grain of salt, and Snort as well, by the way.
I was watching matchup videos to learn how to use strategies and stuff. That's very different than studying the top tier meta tech video.
Hypocrite. He wants to gatekeep new people from improving.
And you can tell he's already, well, he said he admitted to watching the video already, but you can tell he was reading some of these things in real time. This shit was irking his ass. Irking him. Why would you put yourself in a position to make yourself this bad over shit that you know is true? That's the part that don't make no sense.
So he can forever feed his ego.
I don't have an ego. I'm never going to go to a tournament and try to win. I'm never going to say, oh, I'm the best at a modern fighting game. I'm not a moron. Okay, I don't invest the amount of time and effort to ever be good at a modern fighting game.
But you feel the need to come online and bitch about it? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Phil. Yeah, that's being very logical, very intelligent. Yep, sure, gotcha.
There's no ego here. It's a fact that modern fighting games are being ruined far too quickly, and people don't want to listen to me.
Then go back and play the old stuff and get beat up over there like you used to then. I'm sorry, if supposedly the modern fighting games are too easy to learn, too easy to play, too easy to dominate, yet he can't do any of those three things, then go back and play the old shit and get beat up like you used to then. That right there solves the problem as far as I see it. If you're not willing to learn the new stuff, you know what I'm saying? Learn, adapt, and overcome, then go back to the old shit and get beat up like you used to then.
Just because I'm a meme on the internet that everyone loves to hate. You're a moron if you believe that. It's your own fault if you want to live in ignorance. Don't listen to people who know better than you just because people like to make fun of them. Sounds like you're the moron here, not me. I know what I'm talking about.
Really shows the type of person he was back in the day. Can only win when people don't know better. Can't hold his own against people in the same knowledge.
Except that I regularly beat top players who had way more experience and knowledge than me back in the day. Nice try. I was known as the upstart up-and-comer, who basically was the runt who was beating the top tier players, and that's why a lot of people didn't like me.
But it's saying that, like
Also because I had a really fucking big mouth and I talked a lot of shit, and I regret that now.
I said, I see
Oh, I regret that now. Oh, what a bitch. Talk all that hot shit and can't even stand behind none of it. That's unfortunate. Let's bring that back.
To use strategies and stuff, that's very different than studying the top tier meta tech video.
hypocrite. He wants to gatekeep new people from improving so he can forever feed his ego.
I don't have an ego. I'm never going to go to a tournament and try to win. I'm never going to say, oh, I'm the best at modern fighting
Here's the Torchlight, by the way. Actually, I recognize some of these people.
game. I'm not a moron. Okay, I don't invest the amount of time and effort to ever be good at a modern fighting game. There's no ego here. It's a fact that modern fighting games are being ruined far too quickly, and people don't want to listen to me just because I'm a meme on the internet that everyone loves to hate. You're a moron if you believe that. It's your own fault if you want to live in ignorance. Don't listen to people who know better than you just because people like to make fun of them. Sounds like you're the moron here, not me. I know what I'm talking about.
Really shows the type of person he was back in the day. Can only win when people don't know better. Can't hold his own against people in the same knowledge.
Except that I regularly beat top players who had way more experience and knowledge than me back in the day. Nice try. I was known as the upstart up-and-comer, who basically was the runt who was beating the top tier players, and that's why a lot of people didn't like me.
But it's saying that, like
Also because I had a really fucking big mouth and I talked a lot of shit, and I regret that now.
I said, I see
See how he skirted over that last part, though? True cowardly behavior.
how people are going to look at it. But this is probably the most I can give him in the argument. He says nowadays everybody plays the same and there's no uniqueness to it. I've seen people say that. I have seen a lot of people, even pros, say that with Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6. They're like, there's no, you can't look at a character without seeing a name and tell who's playing it, because it looks like a lot of people play the character exactly the same way, as opposed to like Street Fighter 4, when you could just see a character, certain movements and how they play it. You go like, oh, that's PR Balrog, or oh, that's Momochi, because everybody seemed like there was uniqueness. I don't.
Completely correct. Because the meta is exposed so early, no one is incentivized to play the game in a unique way. So even the top players memorize the top tech and just...
That doesn't sound... That sounds like a game... That sounds like a game mechanics problem, to be honest with you. But whatever. Whatever. I mean, even then, I don't know if I fully agree with that either. Not because it's DSP. I just don't think I fully agree that every Ryu player, for example, or every JP player plays the same. I don't think that's true. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you for damn sure, not every Ed player plays the same. I gotta say, Momochi, or it's either Momochi or Sako, are both definitely at the top of the heap when it comes to Ed players. That shit's fucking ridiculous. Holy shit.
execute it right away. If you watch a matchup right now of two top players playing and it doesn't have the names on the top of the screen, I would challenge you to tell me the names of the players accurately who's playing. Because you...
Could you do it? Just out of curiosity? I'm just saying, if you're going to issue challenges like that, I mean, I think it's only fair that it should be issued right back to you. Maybe it's just me.
really can't. It's the same gameplay no matter who's playing now, so that's boring. And it never was like that back in the day. It wasn't. You play Super Turbo, you could fight someone who's using Chun-Li. One person uses her as a ranged character who's zoning you with fireballs and anti-airs. Another person is completely rushing you down.
People do that now. You've bitched and complained about certain Chun-Li players rushing you down. The fuck?
Another person is doing air domination where she always beats you in a jump. And every matchup felt different. Now you play fucking Street Fighter 6, every person who plays Chun-Li plays exactly the same.
Well, really what it is that you have more completed players, I think. Instead of people just only being jack of all trades. No, let's remember that. Instead of them being specialists in a certain type of way of playing a character, they become more jack of all trades. I think that's what it's really come down to. And to be honest with you, that's just a natural progression that needed to happen. You need to be equally good at your offense, defense, controlling space or zoning. I think that's what you need in that complete package to make you a solid, well-rounded player. To be honest, all things that DSP knows little to nothing about.
I rest my case, and apparently people agree with me.
So you're gonna go ahead and go off that one argument. You automatically get to take the win. Okay. Wow.
Don't know if that's really what he's getting at, though, because it seems like he's talking more about meta and not the actual state of the game.
Yep. So we're gonna still claim a win, DSP? Don't worry, I'll wait.
The biggest complaints he's having is like the games are too easy, they're all brain dead, and if you release meta too soon, everybody consumes it and they end up playing the same way. So,
And it's the same. It's well, basically, I agree.
I'm sorry. Usually, oh my God, the struggle session on that one. He literally tried to backtrack and thinking that he was covering both bases, and it's not. That's literally not the same thing. But all right, Phil, whatever, do you.
certain movements and how they play, and you go like, oh, that's PR Balrog, or oh, that's Momochi, because everybody seemed like there was uniqueness. I don't.
Completely correct. Because the meta is exposed so early, no one is incentivized to play the game in a unique way. So even the top players memorize the top tech and just execute it right away. If you watch a matchup right now of two top players playing and it doesn't have the names on the top of the screen, I would challenge you.
He actually took that viewpoint from Twitter, by the way.
To tell me the names of the players accurately who's playing. Because you really can't. It's the same gameplay no matter who's playing now. So that's boring. And it never was like that back in the day. It wasn't. You play Super Turbo, you could fight someone who's using Chun-Li. One person uses her as a ranged character who's zoning you with fireballs and anti-airs. Another person is completely rushing you down. Another person is doing air domination where she always beats you in a jump. And every matchup felt different. Now you play fucking Street Fighter 6, every person who plays Chun-Li plays exactly the same. I rest my case, and apparently people agree with me.
Don't know if that's really what he's getting at, though, because it seems like he's talking more about meta and not the actual state of the game. The biggest complaints he's having is like the games are too easy, they're all brain dead, and if you release meta too soon, everybody consumes it and they end up playing the same way. So,
and it's the same. It's well, basically, I agree with both of those points.
No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to try to cover your bases. Either you're blaming the community for fucking the game up, or there are fundamental problems with the game that doesn't allow individuality. You don't get to have both. No. You don't get to do that. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to take the coward's way out on that one.
Exactly the same. I rest my case, and apparently people agree with me.
don't know if that's really what he's getting at, though, because it seems like he's talking more about meta and not the actual state of the game. The biggest complaints he's having is like the games are too easy, they're all brain dead, and if you release meta too soon, everybody consumes it and they end up playing the same way. So,
and it's the same. It's well, basically, I agree with both of those points. I do.
Rest in piss. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. Ernesto literally threw a point out that DSP wasn't even trying to make, and because he didn't agree with him, like he tried to say, because other people agree with me, while he throws his thumb out there. Now he's like, whoa. I meant both of those things. I mean, I agree with both of those things. No, you don't get to cover your bases like that. No. You're gonna have to die on the hill you chose. You're gonna have to die on that hill. You don't get to use that. You sat there and rolled the dice and whatnot on that one point that, hey, there's not enough individuality and whatnot, and other people agree with me. No. You don't get to sit there and try to pad yourself on the other side of that too. You bitched and complained at the community for fucking the games up. He brings up the second notion of, well, you know what, the games just don't give you that type of option anymore. It doesn't give us that type of freedom. Oh, well, no, it's both. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Nah, you stay where you're at, coward. You don't get to jump. You don't get to jump ship. You get to go ahead and drown with the rest of the rats.
The top tier players all play the same because the game is too samey and there's not enough originality because
now the game is too samey. Okay.
Meta's exposed too early, but it also makes it that everyone plays the same. It just makes the game boring too quickly, and that's why Street Fighter 6, every few months, everyone's like, oh, I'm so bored. When's the next character? When's the next update?
Can't even cover his ass properly. Jesus. Can't even cover his ass properly.
And it wasn't like that back in the day. People were very satisfied with fighting games back in the day because you didn't have the meta being rushed through within a couple of weeks.
anyway, like I said,
Thought it was a couple of days. Now it's a couple of weeks. We just keep pushing back the notion. Just keep pushing the narrative back as far as we can and hope that something sticks.
there it is for now. How y'all feeling about that argument? Is the release of meta too quickly in content creators ruining the state of excitement for fighting games? Let me know. And there it is, ladies and gents.
All right. And the one other thing I'm going to say, because we're going to look at the comments of the video now, because he actually has some an incredible amount of idiots, of course.
Oh, so i.e. he doesn't saturate or gatekeep his comment section like I do. So, you know, so free speech can actually happen down there. Gotcha, Phil.
Because all my haters rush to his video when it says DSP. He's an incredible amount of morons. But I actually highlighted a few interesting comments here that I...
Look at that scroll! Look at that scroll! Oh, he had to go deep into the fucking swamps to find something.
felt, there. I was going to say, did it delete them? No, there they are.
Did they delete them? Why would they delete comments, Phil? They're probably not cowards like you. Oh, that's crazy.
I actually highlighted a few interesting comments here that I feel actually are...
No. Let's go ahead. Let me give you guys that doom scroll. Holy shit. He had to go deep into the woods for that. Deep into the woods for that.
How y'all feeling about that argument? Is the release of Meta too quickly and content creators ruining the state of excitement for fighting games? Let me know. And there it is, ladies and gents.
All right. And the one other thing I'm going to say, because we're going to look at the comments of the video now, because he actually has some an incredible amount of idiots, of course, because all my haters rush to his video when it says DSP. He's an incredible amount of morons.
Look at
but
that
I actually
scroll.
highlighted a few interesting comments
Look at
here
that
I felt, there. I was going to say, did it delete them? No, there they are. I actually highlighted a few interesting comments here that I feel are very intelligent and we should talk about, okay? But there's one other thing I'm going to say, and I feel like I really need to highlight this, okay? And in fact, let me scroll back up, because I know people are going to clip this part, okay? I know that the FGC doesn't like me. I don't actually know why, because the modern FGC has nothing to do with the old FGC.
The old FGC still has OG players that are still statesmen or pillars of that community. They respect their elders. Let me just say it that way. It's easier. They still respect their elders. And there's still guys, the OGs that still float around those communities, those games. The fuck are you talking about? And more importantly than that, there's not a massive hate campaign in the FGC against DSP. They just choose to ignore them, and for good reason. You don't let trash linger around you. This doesn't make any sense. Like an unpaid phone bill. Just pay that shit and move the fuck on.
The old FGC definitely has issue to not like me because I was a very brazen, outspoken, shit-talking.
And keep in mind, this retard forgets that he ain't taking shots at the current day FGC too a bunch of times. But we'll go ahead and forget about that though. We'll ignore that. Oh, I took shot at the Cannon brothers. I didn't really take shots at the current FGC, just the Cannon brothers. You mean the same Cannon brothers who gave a lot of people in the current FGC a chance, an opportunity, a stage, a platform. You mean that, right? Or maybe you don't understand what that means.
Idiot. I way went out of my bounds to troll people and act like a jerk in the fighting game community from the years of like 1999 through like maybe like 2005, 2006. But then I changed. Then I stopped being that asshole and I actually became a more positive force in the community. I started becoming a
force? Okay.
Tournament organizer, and I actually got really good at Super Turbo. So at that point, I actually got a lot of respect in the community. And then effectively, I retired around 2007, 2008 because I got a back injury. And
that's not true because fucking Mike Watson and Jaha had you on your hands and knees in a parking lot crying like a bitch. But whatever.
Couldn't really travel anymore to play Street Fighter. And every once in a while, I would dabble back into it. For example, in my early days as a content creator.
When you went to tournaments, stole their footage, try to put it on your channel, profit off of it. I can go all day. I can do this all day.
On YouTube, I did Street Fighter 4 videos where I talked a lot of shit to the people I played on the internet. And a lot of people maybe got rubbed the wrong way because of that, even though they were never meant to be serious videos and I never said I was competitively good or better than any pro player. I think what happened is there was a lot of resentment in the community because the fighting game community was trying to come up, but I was the guy making videos on YouTube, getting all the attention and views.
So he's basically admitting they're trying to gatekeep the early FGC. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, you're an absolute fucking monkey for that one. That's crazy. You would say that dumb shit.
While they were kind of like here.
And the truth is he did, because he did try to besmirch a lot of those guys early on. At least some of them. Or at least try to shit on their tournaments. That didn't help.
And it was like, why is this shit-talking idiot the guy who gets all the recognition and attention when we're scrubbing it out here, trying to get up here to this level of recognition.
We're scrubbing it out. Oh, wow. Oh, this is hella disrespectful. This is hella disrespectful.
We want to become an esports league. We want to get sponsorships, but this guy gets all the attention. Fair enough. Like, I actually agree with you.
I'm sorry that my success, meaning Darksydephil, I'm not even going to call it success, but whatever, let's go with it for right now. I'm sorry that my success held the FGC back. I didn't mean for that to happen. That's funny because he shitted on the FGC multiple times, said they couldn't make good content, said that just because he was not as good of a player as them, but he could get more attention and whatnot, he had more fanfare or whatever, only shows that they shouldn't have disrespected him while he was in the FGC. We're going to just go ahead and memory hole all that, though. None of that ever happened. None of that stuff was ever said. Oh, wow, bro. Hella disrespectful. Hella disrespectful.
I wasn't trying to steal the FGC's thunder back then. I know for a fact, like, guys would...
I need this shit to be an honorable... I'm going to talk to Proper about it. I need this to be an honorable mention in top 10 2025. I need this... the worst moments. I need this to be an honorable mention. Holy fuck. Not this whole segment. Like, I can get it clipped down to just key parts, but I need some of this to make it as an honorable mention at the very least. And whatnot. If no other fuckboy shit happens in the FGC with DSP throughout the rest of the year, at least an honorable mention. Oh, I only want like 5 minutes, maybe. I probably don't need 5. I probably need like 3. But 5 minutes at the very least. Holy shit. Disrespectful as hell, boy. Gotta tell you.
Be asked in the fighting community, what do you think about DSP? They'd be like, who's DSP? Fuck DSP. He's a piece of shit. I'm like, I don't even know who that is. I've never heard of this person. I don't know why they're shit talking me. I'm just playing the games and having fun. So I guess there was...
If you're playing games and having fun, why are you worried about what someone else thinks then? Makes you think.
Some resentment at that point, okay? At this point, in 2025, I don't have a clue why the FGC would resent me or not like me. I'm not a part of the FGC. I don't go to tournaments.
So then why do you care what they think of you then? To be honest. And if that's the case, why are you going out of your way to tell them that they're wrong, they should respect their elders, they don't know no better, and they should listen to you? I thought you said you don't care. Whatever. I'm gonna let you contradict yourself. You're doing a fantastic job on your own. You don't need my help.
I don't participate in any kind of real major discourse. I talk about fighting games on my own content, and that's about it. My audience is what, a few hundred viewers to maybe a couple thousand. Yeah, my haters are dumb and they echo what I say across the internet in a negative way, usually out of context. But for the
usually out of context. So what about the rest of the time? I'm just going off of his argument. Makes you think.
For the most part, I don't have much impact. So I don't understand why the FGC still hates me.
Why do you care? Yet again, why do you care? He gave you all these reasons on why there's so many degrees of separation between himself and the current FGC, right? But why does he care what they think about him? What's the point? They're not lying on him. They're just saying you're a piece of shit. You yourself said, yeah, I was a piece of shit. I did a bunch of fucked up shit and said a bunch of fucked up shit I shouldn't have said. The internet's forever, so none of that shit's gonna die out. What, you thought enough time was gonna pass and you could just go ahead and stroll your ass back in? And you were just going to get OG status? Is that what you thought? Like, you thought wrong, champ.
And or would seek to discredit every...
Sounds like that lame-ass shit Pokemon's trying to do now. Like, she's kind of on a small PR campaign to try to, like, ingratiate herself to other female streamers and whatnot. And that's not working, being that she had downplayed some of them back in the day. And now they're a little bit bigger. Not as big as her, but they're a little bit bigger now. And she thinks she can just smooth shit over because, you know, so much time has passed and it don't work. I don't know. And then one of her former roommates says something along the lines, keep that in mind, along the lines that she's still getting hate over the Gundam thing, which, yeah, you gatekeep the dude from sponsorship. I can kind of understand why that's still a thing. Yeah, that should still be a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, if you had a problem with that man, you should have just talked to him and shit. As a matter of fact, I think you were talking to him around that time. But you should have been talking to him, not gatekeeping sponsorships. That's bullshit. But if that shit doesn't get wiped away, just because some people may have forgiven and forgotten, and there's a whole lot of people that aren't going to forgive or forget shit. You gotta be careful on how you move.
Single thing that I say. Because here's the truth, folks. What I say usually is true, just maybe not popular. But then, over time, things tend to change, and then all of a sudden,
He's harping on that Street Fighter V dumb shit. Like, he swears to God that that's such a win for him, and it's not. Holy shit, it's not.
the things that
Street Fighter V had a shitload of problems from launch. They rectified or they fixed most of that shit. They squared most of that shit away as time went on. But DSP still wants to harp on when Street Fighter V first came out and wants to just hold on to that. And it's not, it doesn't apply. It's a moot point. You don't like how the game launched, fine. But to sit there and try to completely and utterly dismiss the FGC during that time period because they liked that game is bullshit.
I said become prominent in the popular opinion. I'm going to give you a very good example of this. Only a couple of months after Street Fighter V had been released, I made a video, a rant, about how Street Fighter...
And literally, if you look at... He already proved my point. But literally, if you look at when he made that video and what it entailed, given what the current situation is, that's your opinion. Fair enough. That shit got fixed. Now, let me go ahead and say why that's applicable now. As it pertains to DSP, look at all the mistakes and shit that he made. Look at all the fuck-ups he made. And what's the first thing he tells you? That was 10 years ago, dude. I got better. I changed. I learned from my mistakes and this, that, and the third. But if it was somebody else, or if it's something else, he thinks he can go ahead and go hard in the paint for it. You can't have it both ways. You don't get to sit there and change and have your redemption arc, but other things can't. Other things or other people can't either. You don't get to do that.
5 was not a good fighting game. I outlined very intelligently the different things I didn't like about the game, including the ridiculous amount of input delay when you play this game offline and online. The fact that characters played like patterns and too samey, and that it didn't feel like the game was playing like Street Fighter, but instead like...
Now keep in mind though too, this idiot went into Street Fighter V believing it was going to be the second coming of Super Turbo. So he walked in with a prejudice. He didn't look at and play Street Fighter V for what it was. He sits there and he played it and he's prejudiced against it because it wasn't what he expected it to be. There's a difference.
They were trying to make it a different kind of game. At that time, everyone said, no one knows what DSP's talking about. He's an asshole. He's a negative meme. Discredit everything.
Yep.
But all of a sudden, Street Fighter 6 comes out, and what starts to happen? Almost everybody,
keep that in mind,
in the FGC starts to admit that Street Fighter V was not a very good game.
No, they said Street Fighter V has problems. Now, DSP is a pathological liar, so he'll spin shit any way he sees fit. They admitted that it had problems. Some of the people who came, I won't say admitted, they said it had problems. And guess what? Some of those same people said it had problems. Max had been preaching that shit throughout Street Fighter V's life cycle, that the game has problems. But he acknowledged that it was getting better. It was being fixed. It was being rectified. DSP never did that shit. He was just waiting to be paid to play it, or whenever fucking King Tut or Tutmosis, whenever they came around. So, you want to keep going with this, Phil?
And Street Fighter 6 is just so much better, which is exactly what I was saying back in the day. People started directly agreeing with the points that I was making.
No, they didn't, because directly agreeing with you, Phil, means that they were actually taking your exact points, or they were pointing to you and saying, this is what this guy said, I agree with him. That didn't happen on either one of those fronts. Womp womp.
A decade ago. But because I was DSP, no one wanted to listen. But here we are 7-8 years later. Oh yeah, this is all true. Well, what about when Phil...
But they didn't, but like I said, not everybody's saying that. All right, whatever. I'm gonna let him skew his argument, but the truth is, not everybody said that, to be honest.
Oh no, that never happened, right? So here's the deal. If you're someone on the internet who's maybe just seeing this for the first time, maybe just look into it a little more. Maybe listen to what I have to say. Maybe don't listen to all the white noise around the...
So you want to gatekeep an opinion now. Only listen to me, don't listen to anybody else. Everybody else is bad. It's called gatekeeping, Phil. It's so ingrained in him, he can't even allow you, or if he could, he can't really allow you to even have an actual conversation where two sides can agree to disagree. He doesn't even want you to hear to the other sides of the point, or the other sides of the argument. He just wants you to listen to him. But what's his pedigree? What prestige does he bring to the table that allows that? Being an internet meme? Okay.
Peanut gallery of people who say negative things about me. I was playing.
The moment someone tells you, don't listen to anybody else, just listen to me, is when you should be immediately walking away, to be honest. Any person who's not willing to, who would advocate for you to not listen to both sides of the spectrum, you should probably walk away, to be honest. Because they clearly don't have the best intentions in mind for you, to be honest with you. That's literally like point and shoot. That's crazy how he would go about that. That's nonsense. That is nonsense.
Fighting games since the day Street Fighter II was put in arcades. I was part of the competitive FGC from 1999 until through 2007, 2008. I was there during the grassroots. I was there when the games were becoming formative and competitive. All right. I know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about fighting games. You may not agree with my opinions, and that's perfectly fine. You may not like me as a person, but you should at least acknowledge and respect the fact that I have experience and I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
But I don't. Why would I want to acknowledge you why would I want to acknowledge you to say that you know what you're talking about when I don't agree with what you're saying? And when it's fundamentally wrong. And when I can actually point to other people who actually say, yeah, that's not how that happened. That wasn't the case. Shit, you tried to go ahead and pull that bullshit with button check and he ended up clapping you. And he wasn't even directly talking to you. And he was clapping to you on that. He's saying, hey, DSP is bitching about this thing right here. I think he's talking more about this, and he's not actually speaking on this. And then what did you do? Like a typical coward, you went ahead and tried to backtrack so you could try to cover both sides of it. You don't know jack shit about jack shit. Stay in your little fucking pocket of Connecticut and shit, and just stay there, because that's where you were from. That's where the majority of your experience came from, and that's that. And most of the people from your own spot don't even agree with that bullshit. So calm that shit down.
Stop just discrediting me because you want to be part of ignorance and join a meme, okay? I don't care about the FGC. I don't want to be a part of the FGC.
Then shut the fuck up then about the FGC then if that's the case.
But if I speak facts about games, like the meta of a game is being...
You're trying to conflate facts and your opinion as being the same thing, and they're not. Do you have any evidence to prove anything that you're saying? No, you don't. You never have any evidence. You're never willing to go the extra mile to find some receipts. That's the reason why you and Review Tech USA get mocked the way you guys do. Everybody want to talk about receipts. Everybody want to talk about evidence. Everybody want to talk about proof, and none of you guys provide any of it.
Exposed to early, and that's why everyone's bored with the game. Maybe listen. Instead of saying, oh, that's DSP, fuck him. Oh, he just sucks at the game. Oh, he just wants to spank scrub. When
it's true, and it's funny. Why are you listening to that shit? Yet again, why are you listening to that? Let that shit go. Like, why are you listening to that shit? It's true. You clearly know it's true.
When did any of that ever happen? When did I care about my performance in modern fighting games? When did I? None of it.
That's not a response, Phil.
Makes any sense what you're saying. Stop just writing things off because you want to be a part of this negative force.
And then here's the funny part. He literally does this to other content creators and streamers who did nothing to him. He literally does this on a daily basis. Everybody likes this particular game. Those guys are idiots. They're only doing it for profit. They're not real gamers. So I'm supposed to go ahead and let that slide, and it's all gravy, right? But something that I actually know about, that I actually am interested in, people that I actually follow, DSP says, oh, these guys said that this game is trash. I go and look at their Twitters and their Discords and shit. No, they didn't say that shit. So what the fuck? Like, why would you lie about something like that? Something that can readily be found. Why would you do that? Why would you go out of your way to do that shit? This is the same mongoloid who sat there and lied to people for 5 fucking hours on a podcast for no goddamn reason, and then got mad that and then admitted to lying, right? He admitted that he lied, and then got mad that the next day they called him out for being a liar. What? Like, make that make sense.
On the internet against something, all right? Use your brain, think for 5 seconds before you act. Fair enough?
And you think you're going to attract people to you by saying that? That's real smart, Phil. That's... yeah, that's really great for public relations, buddy. That's a good job. Hey, if you don't believe me, you're a dumbass. Wake up. Yeah, that's a great way to bring people to your side. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, based on that, if you actually scroll through all of the nonsensical bullshit things, look, book the blocking mechanics, ick. You're trying to correct a homeless man and convince him there's 0 goblins in a tuna sandwich. It's just nonsense. It's mind-numbing bullshit. A bunch of idiots screaming at the internet, trying to get group recognition to say, well, DSP's a jerk, so let's all act like we're smart. Look, 49 thumbs up on moronic stuff. Hundreds of thumbs up.
Counting the thumbs up. That's where we're at right now. Oh, man, that's sad. That's so sad, Phil.
On moronic comments. Morons stroking morons. But if we actually dig deep, you'll find a few intelligent comments way the hell down here. For example, I understand DSP. Today's fighting games, the characters are limited. There's no uniqueness to the characters anymore. Everyone kind of plays them the same way. Back in the day, in the days of
that's not a community problem then. That's not a social issue then. That's a game mechanic thing. If you want to go that route, that's not what DSP was saying. He was blaming content creators for fucking things up, not the game itself.
Street Fighter 2, for example, there are many different ways to play with Ryu. There are many legends who were famous for it, like Choi's Ryu was different from Vi.
Is this a sock account, Phil? I can't even trust you or any of your dents that you didn't sit there and have them write this out. You know what I'm saying? You gotta cast doubt on everything. You gotta cast doubt on anything and everything.
Ye's Ryu, Mike Watson's Ryu is different from Tomo's Ryu. There were more uniqueness and creativity. You kind of stamped your signature on how you played a certain character. Compare that to what Button Check just said. If you're watching top-tier gameplay of Street Fighter 6 and you erase the names, you can't even tell who's playing. See my point?
No, I don't.
Let's continue.
The fact that you had to go out here and cherry pick fucking, not even cherry pick, you had to, holy shit, you literally had to dig through the Sierra to try to find water. That's how bad this struggle session is becoming. This is how fucking far you've gone to try to make a point. You're literally counting people's thumbs ups. Yikes, bro. What the fuck, man? It's sad.
Points he actually has. 1, people do all play X character the same way. Some of that is optimization, but I can go as far back as you want to older games that are solved and how the tools are used. I can tell who's playing, even going back to Super Turbo. Something is lost along the way. 2, execution. It does make it much faster to get what you want out of a game, which means you're ready for the next thing. Especially since modern games have more intentional design and clear interactions, it seems like people get to a point of being done with a title much sooner. It also makes it less hype when I see someone pulling off something crazy if it's easier to do. So if the games are insanely easy to play and don't require execution, why are we spoiling the meta within a few days?
Why do you care? And if even more importantly than that, if it is so easy to do, then why aren't you winning? Or why can't you do it? Which is 2 things that you can't answer. And then you're complaining about spoiling for a community that you're admitting that you don't give a fuck about. But then you're basically saying you don't understand why they hate you, and you're mad that they won't take you seriously. So either you give a fuck about that community or you don't, or you have to explain why you're bad at the game, even though the game is supposedly brain dead easy, or you're not. It has to be one, like you can't have everything.
You're taking all the fun out of the game because the game is too easy.
But yet he can't win. So what's the problem? How do you go ahead and say, oh yeah, ice skating for the first time is easy as fuck, and then you sat there and flop like over the span of like multiple hours or even multiple days? Then it's not that easy, then is it? But why is he still painting that narrative? I'm saying that because, funny story. Funny story. Okay, so first time I learned how to ice skate, actually like an actual ice skate, like outside and shit, like not the indoor arena or whatever. And I'd seen like my cousins and my older siblings do it. I'm thinking, oh, you know what I'm saying, man? This shit's fucking easy as hell, this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's super easy. Super duper easy. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm like, it's probably like 10, I guess. Super easy. And my mother was like, she gave me the side eye. My dad's like, okay, wait a second. You know what I'm saying? This is a different type of situation. Oh, no. I know how to fucking roller skate, man. I'm good, man. I don't fuck all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And when I got this, you know what I'm saying? Because I never learned how to actually like roller skate, you know, like the 4-wheel joints, you know what I'm saying? Like that. I never learned how to do that. I used my older siblings like rollerblades and shit. That's how I learned. They were old as hell by the time I got to them too, but you know what I'm saying? I still learned. Anyway, so I'm thinking easy shit. You know what I'm saying? The wheels are all in line. It's just one blade. I got this. Boy, I fucked myself up for the better part of 2 goddamn hours. And I was too damn stubborn and whatnot. And my mother knew it. My mother knew it. She sat there and let me. And don't get me wrong, I can't say she let me. It was a lesson that I needed to learn. But boy, I ain't busted my ass so many times. I ain't fucking. I got hurt. I got hurt pretty bad. Anyway, I got pretty bad. So anyway, I didn't want to do it for like probably about a good few weeks. I want to tell you it's like a month, but it's probably like a few weeks and shit. And she's like, okay, so is it gonna be easy, or are you gonna let me show you how to do it now? And I'm like, yeah, I'm ready, and whatnot. And 10 minutes, I had it, like in like fucking 10 minutes. Like holy shit, I was zipping around like that. Like what happened the previous weeks never even happened. The point being is that I went into that shit believing that I knew or I understood more than what I did, and I suffered the consequences from it. Unlike Darksydephil, I can understand. I saw the folly in my own ways and shit. I got hurt pretty bad, fucking having to work that shit out, but I got it. DSP is constantly not letting himself, just getting hurt, and he don't want to learn. He would rather just sit there and keep bitching and complaining, and blame the circumstances, blame other people, whatever, to make himself feel better about his own failure. You're not going to get anywhere in life like that. It's just not a thing.
Let's keep going. The truth is, he has a point, but the funny thing is, the message he's trying to get across won't be heard just because it's from him. I bet in the future, someone that most people like is going to say something similar, and the majority is going to like it and respond positively. Who's willing to take the bet?
No one's going to ever say it the exact same way DSP said it, so that doesn't make it the same point. So, like, X the doubt on that shit, to be honest. And yet again, most of DSP's complaints aren't even his own. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's an amalgamation of something that he saw, and either he's trying to emulate it or he's trying to word it in his own way to make it seem like he's fucking unique, and he's not.
Well, let's see. It literally happened with Street Fighter V. I was the first person to make a rant video saying that it was not a good game only a few months after it released. And then...
You know how stupid you sound fucking bitching and complaining about a competitive game a few months after release? Like, you know how ridiculous that shit sounds? Especially a game that was as bare bones as Street Fighter V was out the gates. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole reason why he attacked it in the first place, because it was missing so many things. I'm not saying he doesn't have a right to do that, but he can't sit there and say, or try to hold on to, oh, that game was shit from day one and it's always been shit, when that's literally not true. He can't do that.
After its life cycle ended and Street Fighter 6 came out, literally the entire FGC agreed with me.
Literally the entire FGC. Which still plays that game, by the way. But literally the entire FGC. Gotcha.
Okay, maybe.
But he can't point you to a tweet. He can't point you to a particular video from a particular pro player or someone else whose dick he's trying to suck to make that point. You just got to go off of his word. Okay.
Maybe not the entire FGC, but most competitive.
Oh, now you want to walk it back. Oh, now it's most competitive. You going to point me to somebody? Can you do that, Phil? Don't worry. I'll wait.
Players did. The only people who didn't were people who only played Street Fighter V and didn't have a frame of reference.
Oh, so now we got to go ahead and walk that shit back. Oh, only the people who only played Street Fighter V and didn't have any prior knowledge of anything else defending it, while everybody else, apparently the whole FGC as a whole, came to the conclusion that it was bad. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't sit there and do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's no way he's going to ever win a debate against anybody under these type of parameters and shit. He can go ahead and sugarcoat and try to look for whatever comment that fits his narrative as much as he wants. He's never going to win this. That's the reason why he never did win it.
To say, oh, the previous games were better. So, yes, this person is 1,000,000% correct. What will happen is, in a few years' time, the next big thing will come out, everyone will move on, and people will be like, wow, well, guess what? Street Fighter 6 wasn't very good. There you go. And lastly, DSP made a fair point, even if you don't like him. This is content creation in general. Those who live by this type of content, you have to be the first. Elden Ring's ending, the first World of Warcraft raid defeated, opening the new packs in the Pokemon trading card game, and in this case, how to beat Akuma. This is a content creation issue and the nature of the internet, though. Back in the day, sure, the local NYC, French, London scenes aren't going to know about what Japan just found out with Ryu, but that's because the internet didn't exist like it does now. I don't think it's bad as DSP made it out to be, but
I don't know why you highlighted this comment, Phil, because it kind of dismantles just about everything you're saying. They're trying to be really nice about it, though, but it dismantles it. You're literally talking about a situation, about circumstances, basically. The game has changed. And that's why he really shouldn't be bitching about, nor can he really bitch about it with any type of validity, about how online fighting games work when he was there on the onset. He started just like everybody else did. And yet he still feels the need to bitch and complain about it. And he wonders why people dismiss him.
you just have a point that the character learning process has been greatly reduced due to the internet.
Okay, but yet again, if he can't win, what's the problem? He's saying that all these characters are brain dead easy. He says the games themselves are brain dead easy, but yet he can't succeed. Why is that? At where we're at currently, getting up to master rank is bare minimum. It's the equivalent of starting day one. And he can't seem to get past that. So what's the problem? If the game is easy, if the characters are brain dead easy, if the tactics are simplified because execution is not a thing, why is he still failing?
You were back in the day playing in New York City, France, London, Japan, and you were there during the times when people were playing and discovering things, you would be having 10 times more fun.
Why did you have to wait until this person made that point? Why didn't you come out? Why didn't you lead with this? Just gonna keep piggybacking off other people. I got you. No problem. Do what you gotta do, man.
Than people are having right now, watching a video on how to master Mai Shiranui and then practicing those strategies and learning them in a day. And you know what? That's all I have to say. I rest my case. Games back in the day, fighting games particularly, were a lot more fun because it wasn't about being
I love how he hates the fact that this overwhelming number of people are against him, but because he can get a few people, maybe enough to count on one finger, or on one hand, sorry, one finger, and maybe because he can get enough people to count on one hand, have his back, now all of a sudden he wins. The fuck?
first to spoil, being the first to be notable and get the clickbait views on getting that meta out there and having everyone do the same patterns over and over. The things that everyone do now repetitively with Cammy, with Jury, with the top tiers, that stuff wouldn't have been discovered for 3 to 4 years. So you had a time period to experiment, to explore. Characters.
How does he determine that, by the way? How does he know that? Like, he can't even explain to you how the actual games function or the game system actually works. But he can break down the mechanics and tell you how long it would take for anybody to break that down without any outside influence. Make that make sense? By the time Dial-A-Phone came around to help explain how the actual game mechanics in the system worked, he still didn't have a full grasp of it. But he's going to tell you, without the help of Dial-A-Phone or other people who were making tutorial videos and shit, that it would take X amount of years for people to figure out shit? How would he know that?
That right now are completely worthless in Street Fighter 6, like Lily, would have actually still been getting played competitively and people would have been having fun with them. Instead, half the cast is worthless because you ruined the game. You gave away the broken stuff so early, no one had time to have fun with the game. Instead, you had to rush for notoriety on the internet because you said it wasn't for money, right? So you rush for the notoriety or whatever it is, and maybe the modern FGC enjoys sitting in a lab, practicing shit in training mode, and then copy pasting that into a match online, and you find that fun. I will tell you, no one in the formative days of fighting games found that kind of shit fun.
And yet you don't hear anybody in the form of FGC crying and bitching about it like you are. Imagine that.
We all had the absolute best adrenaline pumping time.
How are you saying we all had? Wait a second, I thought you were like the young Turk and shit, so you didn't even really come up in that age. You're literally trying to commandeer some shit that you really weren't even a part of. You came in towards the middle or tail end of it. If we're going to split hairs, then let's split hairs. So you're not even up there with Alex Valle and all those cats in your originals. You got no part in that. You don't have no dog in that fight. All right.
Times playing against people competitively, testing our strategies, learning things on the fly, having actual hand-eye coordination, learning, reacting. You heard what I just said? Reacting. Something that almost never even happens in modern fighting games anymore. Now it's just about...
Yeah, because people are proactive now more than reactive. Reactions will eventually turn against you. You know what I'm saying? If you can't outthink, you need to learn how to outthink someone, not just outmaneuver them. You need a bit of both. If you completely and utterly depend on reactions, people will figure you out. Sooner than later, you will be figured out. And people will figure out how to put you into traps. People will learn how to play off of flanks, and you're going to get fucked. There's a reason why you just don't solely rely on reactions.
A pattern. Play the pattern. Oh, that didn't work. Do the throw loop pattern. That didn't work. Try this pattern. Try this guess. Try this 50-50. It used to be about reacting. Almost no one even has...
That's the reason why that's the reason why he never won. He's literally admitting all that bullshit about intelligence and this, that, shut that shit up. The reality was he didn't have any of that. I've said that. It is what it is. I've said that a while ago. But he didn't have any of that. He completely and utterly relied on reactions and reflexes, and the people who beat him were smarter than him. They figured his ass out, and they let him play, and they basically played him. They put him in situations where he thought he was quick enough, or he thought he'd get the counter hit, and he ain't fucked around, and he ain't found out. You see that to this very day.
To do that anymore because the games are ruined too early.
Oh boy.
So you can have your modern fighting games. Well, all I have to say is you're getting exactly what you deserved when you decided to turn it into an internet memeable, popular, share everything moment, right? So now you watch Evo. Are there many Evo moments?
You don't watch Evo, so what are you even talking about? You can just go ahead and stop that right now. You don't even watch Evo. He's admitted to such. He's admitted that he doesn't watch Evo anymore. So why are you bringing that up?
Almost none. And now you go to a tournament and everyone plays the same.
I thought you don't watch the tournament scene. You don't care. You don't have time to. So you're lying about that too. All right, bet.
It's just not like it was. This is why you can't get the hype behind fighting games. No one will ever go to a tournament and see something truly for the first time ever and say, oh, because you already saw it 7 months ago, 2 weeks after that character released. And
he does realize that not everybody buys a fighting game day one, week one, month one, right? He understands that, right? And then that goes back to my earlier statement about not everybody who participates in fighting games are locked into the community that's on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter/X, on Reddit. All right, whatever.
that's just not fun. That's boring.
Oh boy.
And that's why I don't even get into fighting games as much anymore.
And yet you felt the need to devote almost an hour plus to this shit. All right.
I don't want to see this meta every time I boot up a game in a casual match. I just want to play the fucking game and have fun. But I guess
And then get good, loser.
people don't care about that anymore because everyone wants to be a fucking tryhard who has the best win-loss ratio, who can grind through the ranks.
Literally gatekeeping. I can't get easy wins. I can't get scrubs. I can't find the vulnerable. So it's not fun to me no more. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. So how is beating up on the weak and defenseless supposed to be fun, Phil? Oh, wait.
Sit at master just to lose points because they don't actually understand the game. I just don't get it, you know? And maybe it's not just fighting games too. Maybe it's other games as well. I'm just looking at it from an FGC perspective.
Why? You're not part of the FGC and you've been so many years removed from it. You really don't have a perspective. I'm just throwing it out there. You've been out of something for almost 20 plus years. I don't think you really have, well, at least 20 years or almost 20 years. I don't think you really have a perspective.
Because I grew up in the FGC, but I hate to say it, it ain't like it used to be, and that's for the worse. Sorry. You could say I'm just a crusty, salty old man, and I guess that's fine. But that's my take, and it ain't going to change.
And no one's trying to change it, which is why you're mad. That no one wants to change it, that you're just being mocked for it, and then everybody's going to move on. Womp womp.
Especially when it seems like the internet isn't willing to listen. because I'm DSP.
Do you know how pathetic you must sound to sit there and say, I don't understand why the internet's not willing to listen to me? You know how fucking pathetic that sounds? Jesus Christ.
No one wants to listen to reason. Well, in 5 to 10 years, when you're struggling to get a game to get any kind of notoriety in the mainstream, you ask yourself why. Maybe it's because you spoiled the fucking game within moments, and now no one has fun with the game anymore.
It sounds like, hey, mate, you know what, Phil? You want to know why people won't listen to you now? Maybe if you weren't an asshole a decade plus ago, maybe, you know, maybe that's a thing. That's basically what he's trying to say. He's basically saying, hey, if you guys were willing to listen to reason now, if you guys were willing to be reasonable, I guess, you know, in 10 years, you might be in a better spot. Well, my question is now is, does he feel the exact same way? If he wasn't acting like a fucking ass clown over a decade ago, would people maybe take him seriously now? The answer to that is no, by the way. If you know Phil Burnell well enough, you know that no one would ever take him seriously because he'll always go out of his way to initiate his own self-destruction. Why? Self-hatred, apparently. A lot of it. A whole lot of self-hatred and resentment that people didn't like him or want to be around him as a kid, which speaks a lot. Which, now I think about it, that kind of ties some parallels between him and Low Tier God, now that I think about it. Huh. I never really gave that any real thought or merit, but maybe I should. Let me ponder that.
And you have to be a tryhard studying every frame data piece to even hang in a casual match online. Normal people don't want to do that.
You're the furthest thing from normal, so I don't know why you would talk about that, but all right.
They don't. They just want to play the game and have fun.
Then go ahead and play.
When did that get lost? When did the idea of playing a head-to-head game being fun?
Didn't you just say it was about competition? Now he wants to try to turn it into a completely casual, oh, it's all about the fun now. It's not about competition. You see how he ain't done that? Now, obviously, this is, you know, I've gone on a bunch of tangents that have definitely blown this up quite a bit. But how did we start off with competitive? That's why you can't, that's why people that justify gatekeeping, I'm sorry. And now, why can't I just have casual fun? Fucking lame, bro.
Get lost in the shuffle of everyone just trying to get notoriety on the internet. I really feel like things have taken a major turn for the worse. And maybe that's why I'm not going to be part of the FGC ever again.
Yeah, Phil, that's a big loss, and people are mourning it. Sure.
All right. Well, I think I reacted as well as I possibly could. I have no idea if Button Check will ever see that or ever even respond to it.
That's really sad that you're dependent on another man to acknowledge you. You don't see a problem with that, Phil? Of course you don't.
But I want to thank him for actually watching my clip in context and responding intelligently, because I feel like maybe...
But isn't it fun? Shouldn't you be thanking the detractor who cut it in such a way so he could do that? Or did we forget that narrative too? Okay.
This will open up even more discussion. And even if it never does, hopefully someone got something positive out of it.
It sounds like you're just a lonely bitch and you're just waiting for someone to talk to you. That's really sad, Phil. That's really, really sad. I hope this opens up more dialogue so people will talk to me. But if it doesn't, well, it's a thing. Jesus, Phil. It's really sad, man. That's really, really sad.
There you go. Okay. And by the way, if anyone else in the FGC ever wants to talk intelligently to me about this stuff, I'm available.
And that never happened. Just like how when you put that that edict out that, hey, if anybody wants to have any matches with me at Street Fighter 6, you know, I'm open for it. No one ever reached out. Stop. No one cares about you. You know what I'm saying? Just rest in peace. Just let it go, Phil. Let it go.
I'm a wealth of knowledge from back in the day. I'm one of the few people who back then...
What do they need you for when I have Justin? I have James Choi. I have, or John Choi. I have James Chen. I have Alex Valle. I have, you still have the Wolf brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are so many other people that you could reach out to. Who the fuck wants to talk to you? Yet again, Phil, too much competition, brother. Well, not brother. Fuck you. There's too much competition out there, my guy. No one needs to search out Darksydephil. Fucking idiot.
Am still an active content creator today. I'm accessible. It's just that everyone wants to meme negatively about me constantly rather than listen to what I have to say, which actually has knowledge and experience behind it. So if anyone's interested, you can always reach out. You can DM me on X. You can send me an email at darksydephil@hotmail.com, and we can have a chat and see if anything ever gets started of intelligence rather than just a bunch of mouth droolers in the comments like he had in his video there. Okay. Let's do some shout out.
That's sad, man. I gotta tell you. That's really sad. You're literally begging for people to engage with you. Let's cut that. You're begging for people to talk to you. Does he not see that? He literally begged the members of the FGC, people who he has thrown massive amounts of slander at and shitted on as a whole. He's literally begging for these people to talk to him. Literally pleading with them to acknowledge him. Wow, man, that's tough. That's tough. Holy shit.
So we had Big Mac, who became a member, but I don't think it was a new membership. Oh, it was. It actually was a new membership. So thank you, Big Mac. That does count towards our goals for today. The crunchiest onion. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice, actually. Oh, my goodness. The crunchiest onion did a 10-pound super chat and says, nobody in your local FGC community taught or showed you anything. That's really sad, to be honest. It explains your mentality. That's really sad, I'm being honest, that you never experienced that. No, everyone wanted to beat each other. Do you get it? Like, we all...
Look at him. Look at him trying to justify this shit. Look how sick he comes across.
respected each other as players.
You guys respected each other as players, but you didn't want to see each other grow as players. Okay, sure, gotcha. That's like being on a basketball team and no one ever tells anybody anything about anything, right? They just keep it all to themselves and shit. You know what I'm saying? So everybody can have their moment on the court. Is it like that, Phil? Is that what you mean? All right.
Some of us did become friends, but we didn't.
You needed to be friends with people to help people out? Wow, you really don't know shit. He definitely doesn't know shit about the real world. I can understand why he has a problem with his DSP, with his own detractor community. That's wild. That's wild that you need to be friends with people to be able to help people out, to extend a hand to people. That's something. Okay, I roger that. That's definitely different.
Tell each other all the tech, then what was the point? Why play something competitive if you're just going to tell someone how to do it? They have to earn it. They have to learn it, right? That's what it was all about. It was about those nights, those late nights at arcades from 8 p.m. to midnight. In 4 hours' time, grinding out as much competitive play as you possibly could by pumping in the quarters, playing, winning or losing, waiting your turn for your next match, watching people play, absorbing the tech from what you saw, trying to emulate the things you saw that worked, trying to learn from the things that didn't, and doing it for yourself.
You sound hella lonely, bro. Because to be honest with you, at least what limited arcade experience that I've had and whatnot, being with my older siblings or whatnot, it's a really jovial type environment, right? Like get all kinds of people talking, laughing it up, giving comments about certain shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you're mingling and whatnot. It's like you go into any type of party, if you will, right? It's just you're orbiting around your game of choices and shit. That's not what he's making that shit sound like. You know what I'm saying? That sounds like on some dungeon shit, to be honest with you. But that does speak to his character. You know what I'm saying? Like whoever made that comment, they hit that shit right on the head. It speaks to who and what he is. And funny enough, I think he's ashamed of it. Because have you seen like clips from Chinatown Fair? That shit's nothing like how he's describing. Especially the old footage, because obviously they've been closed for a number of years. But that's not what it was. When you listen to Justin, when you listen to Yipes, when you listen to Sanford, when you listen to those guys, when they talk about their arcade experience, they don't describe it anything like this. They don't describe it anything like this. Makes you think.
Instead of wanting your fucking hand held every moment. No, that never happened back then. Literally never. Ever. Very rarely.
Like, look at how upset he's getting. And keep in mind, he's a loser. He never won an Evo. You know what I'm saying? He never won anything really of actual relevance, except for he placed highly at a couple of qualifiers. He may have won one of them, but he only placed high at a couple of qualifiers, if even that. Never won the big dance. So he literally got nothing out of it. That's pretty crazy.
Maybe if you became very friendly with a group of people and you became part of a team. Like I was part of various different games.
So basically, you can't be friendly with people unless you can use them for something. Okay. I'd already theorized this, but okay. So you weren't out there to make friends with people for the sake of making friends. You make friends with people so you can use them later on down the line. That's what he said, not me.
Teams over the years. And yeah, then maybe we would help each other out to learn tech and beat people because
yo, no, you got to hear this part back in full. You got to hear that in full.
Did a £10 super chat and says nobody in your local FGC community taught or showed you anything. That's really sad, to be honest. It explains your mentality. That's really sad. I'm being honest that you never experienced that. No, everyone wanted to beat each other. Do you get it? Like we all respected each other as players. Some of us did become friends, but we didn't tell each other all the tech. Then what was the point? Why play something competitive if you're just going to tell someone how to do it? They have to earn it. They have to learn it, right? That's what it was all about. It was about those nights, those late nights at arcades from 8 p.m. to midnight. In 4 hours' time, grinding out as much competitive play as you possibly could by pumping in the quarters, playing, winning or losing, waiting your turn for your next match, watching people play, absorbing the tech from what you saw, trying to emulate the things you saw that worked, trying to learn from the things that didn't, and doing it for yourself instead of wanting your fucking hand held every moment. No, that never happened back then. Literally never. Ever. Very rarely. Maybe if you became very friendly with a...
So never, ever... Now, then very rarely. Does he not know the difference? Can he not distinguish that? And it's really funny, too, because to be honest with you, I don't think that's what the culture was. I just think that's what he experienced. I think he couldn't get people to like him. I don't think he could get people to be friendly with him. So that's how he looked at it. That's how he viewed it. That was his perspective of the situation. I don't think that's what really happened. I honestly don't think that's what really happened. Or... he's the pathological liar that I'm pretty confident that he's in. And he used people. He used their knowledge and information to build himself up and then took all the credit. Why not? He's done that before. He showed a pattern of behavior doing that. Look at him. Does he look like a happy person to you? Does he look like someone who built, who has built or does build meaningful fucking relationships with people? Doesn't look like that to me. He looks like someone who just uses people for his own gain and then gets mad when they leave him. Or gets mad when they realize what he's doing. There's no equal or equivalent exchange with Phil Burnell. You're just a serf. You're just a slave. And once he's done with you, you'll be discarded for the next person he could sucker in. That's what it seems like.
Group of people and you became part of a team. Like I was part of various different gaming teams over the years. And yeah, then maybe we would help each other out to learn tech and beat people because we wanted our team to succeed as opposed to just the individual. But for the most part, no. Everyone kept to themselves. Everyone kept tech. Good luck going to Chinatown Fair any given weekend, playing someone, seeing them do something you've never seen and say, how did you do that? They'd be like, go fuck yourself. Figure it out for yourself. Scrub. And then you would have to try to figure it out for yourself by watching them do it 20, 30 times. And that was your night.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident you're lying about that. And if that was the case, then why wouldn't they just ran you out the arcade then? If that was the case. And then you let somebody talk to you like that, you just sit there and took it? Wow, okay. I'll be damned. I'll be damned if someone just cursed at me over some silly shit like that. That's just not the way that's gonna go about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to meet your response and whatnot, or I'm going to meet your aggression with another form of aggression. You don't do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then if you're just asking, hey, man, how'd you do that? And they say, turn around and tell you to fuck off. Man, no, that's not how that conversation ends. All right, then, whatever.
I mean, that's how it was. But then here's the thing. If you actually learned that strategy and you figured it out and then you actually implemented it in your gameplay, you felt accomplished. You were like, oh shit, I got it. Eureka moment. I figured it out. The endorphins are flowing now, and now let's get it. And then you'd play and you'd start winning. Versus, oh, I just went online and everything was handed to me.
One tactic doesn't, there's not one tactic that just helps you win. Like, there's no way that's a thing. That's an incredibly oversimplified way of looking at it. And that's literally the definition of pattern play then. You learn one tactic, you get it, and now all of a sudden you're winning and you're just beating everybody and whatever? What? So you tell me the one guy who you copied that from was literally running to the arcade, ruck shot, and no one could stop him. And then all of a sudden you figured it out. You didn't figure it out, you just emulated, you copied it. And now all of a sudden you're running ruck shot. So who eventually ends up beating you? And how they beat you? So you can't answer those type of questions.
To me on a silver platter, and I just copied it for like an hour in training mode. I laughed, and here I am. Here's the pattern. There you go. I mean, not exaggerating at all. That's exactly how it was. So thank you. Crunchiest onion. Technically, that's pounds, so that's a little bit more than dollars, I think.
Wow.
I don't actually know what the exchange rate is of pounds to dollars.
That's insane.
Okay. Hold on. Got all kinds of stuff going on in my phone. I was going to check for that. I was going to check for the exchange rate. Pounds to USD. Here we go. $12.44. There you go.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, I got to become an international exchange rate master to stream now.
Oh, man.
Apparently, this is going to be something I have to do.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So that's the top super chat. Luke Jones did a $10 super chat. He says, we deal this with card games too. Meta deck lists get posted online. Then players just use or modify those lists to win entire tournaments. Removes the discovery period when a new set releases. And again, I'm sure you probably thought back in the day it was a hell of a lot more fun going to a tournament for a trading card game, and playing it and seeing people who invented and learned through experience versus someone who just copied something offline. And then everyone knew it right away, right? I mean, how do people not know this? And again, this is any competition. In sports, it's the same. Can you imagine if someone figured out a way in baseball, right, to pitch a certain way or to swing and hit the ball a certain way, and it was like way better than what everyone else had figured out. And the moment they figured it out, they just went on camera and said, hey, everyone, here's how you do it. So now the entire game of baseball has changed from top to bottom because someone just spoiled it immediately. Rather than a few people figuring it out and then learning from experience and doing this different and doing that different.
Why wouldn't they pass that information on to their teammates? And you don't think their teammates didn't tell other people and that shit didn't make it away or make its way by word of mouth? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? He sounds just like a sad, lonely child. That's what he sounds like. He sounds like a sad, lonely, entitled child who never learned and who never grew up. And that's what it comes down to. And it actually explains a lot of things too that came later, to be honest. So it does make a lot of sense. He is very much a reflection of his childhood. That's very interesting. I got to tell you.
It's the same. But again, people on the internet playing video games versus physical things, I think they treat them differently. Everyone on the internet.
And then keep in mind, this is coming from an idiot who has spent a number of years only leaving his house once a week. Make that make sense.
Always just wants to spoil and be a part of the community and be a part of the meta and be a part of the discussion and be a part of the fun and have this feeling of belonging, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't give a shit.
I don't know. I don't give a shit. Let me bring that back.
World Weather Authority became a member this morning. Thank you to World Weather Authority. That did count for as a new one.
Did I go back too far? Let's see something. I might have. Hold on a second. Okay, we're back in business. I went back a little too far. My fault.
And then everyone knew it right away, right? I mean, how do people not know this? And again, this is any competition. In sports, it's the same. Can you imagine if someone figured out a way in baseball, right, to pitch a certain way or to swing and hit the ball a certain way, and it was like way better than what everyone else had figured out. And the moment they figured it out, they just went on camera and said, "Hey, everyone, here's how you do it." So now the entire game of baseball has changed from top to bottom because someone just spoiled it immediately, rather than a few people figuring it out and then learning from experience and doing this different and doing that different. It's the same. But again, people on the internet playing video games versus physical things, I think they treat them differently. Everyone on the internet always just wants to spoil and be a part of the community and be a part of the meta and be a part of the discussion and be a part of the fun and have this feeling of belonging, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't give a shit. Really, I just don't give a shit.
So why would you want to be acknowledged by that community when you don't give a shit about what makes that community a community? And it's really weird listening to someone who don't play sports and nor has he ever played sports try to explain to you sports. That just seems odd.
World Weather Authority became a member this morning. Thank you to World Weather Authority. That did count for it as a new one. And I received a $2 tip from Flatman B. This reminds me of the days when people would have a Nintendo Power or other gaming magazine that would tell you all the secrets, and I'd be uninterested because I wanted to learn it all for myself and the full experience, like Zelda, for instance. Yes, and here is the difference. When you were using Nintendo Power to look at secrets for a video game, it was for an offline single-player game. It wasn't, oh, here's exactly how to beat this entire game that's competitive and that you...
Did he forget that those old magazines and whatnot? Because, yeah, again, I have some of those for my siblings and shit, especially Game Pros and shit. They actually had combos for when they had issues that spotlighted, like, fighting game, for example. They had combos in them. You realize that, right? And they broke down how the combo works. Right? So unless you got the magazine, that wouldn't have been something that was readily available and whatnot, because the internet wasn't a thing at that time, I'm sure. So what does he have to say then? Just doing what we can to like skew the argument, I suppose. Like, it's really sad.
Can actually level up in and win competitions and tournaments and be seen as a great player and get notoriety on the internet for. It was, oh, you just beat it for yourself. No one cares. There was a difference. If you choose to spoil yourself on a single player game, that's your choice, right? But if people all collectively spoil fighting games, there is no choice. Every time you play that game, you have to play against people who cheated. You have to play against
people who cheated. Holy shit. That's great. You have to compete against people who cheated.
People who spoiled, people who didn't earn anything, but were given everything. So now, because you chose not to cheat, not to spoil yourself, you're at an insane competitive disadvantage, and good luck having fun playing that game. So what you're telling me now is the only way to ever have fun with fighting games is to literally go online, watch every tutorial video, every matchup video, sit there in the lab endlessly for hours to even have a chance to win a casual match. Gee, I wonder why fighting games don't have longevity anymore. It's almost like none of that makes sense from any kind of a community perspective to welcome new players and make them feel like they could have fun with your game.
I like how desperate he is that now it's cheating. Yet again, we didn't lead off with that. This is what we've come down to because he's trying to be impactful, I guess, and he's trying to get his statement or his ideas, I should say, to stick, and he's got nothing else now but to call people cheaters. So when someone freely and willingly puts out information online to help you get better, if you take in that information, you're a cheater. Something readily available to everybody, right? If they choose to go and get it, if they choose to look for it. But for those who do choose to impart on that, you're a cheater. indulge in it. You're a cheater. Wow, man.
Oh shit, it's almost like you need a fucking brain if you want your community to be successful.
Oh, man.
But these people don't have brains.
Oh, man.
They don't. They just want to be hype monsters on
I can see why he didn't get no one from the FGC reached out to his ass. I can see why it didn't go nowhere. I can see readily why it didn't go nowhere.
the internet. Okay. Well, I can't wait to hear how tomorrow the entire FGC will be up in arms against DSP, and we're going to have every top player on the planet making videos about me and crapping on me. It'll be hilarious. Really, it will. In fact, I hope you do that. I really hope you do. I hope all you come out of the woodwork to crap on DSP once again, just so in 5 years' time you can all come out.
I don't know why the FGC hates me. I didn't do anything to them. I don't get it. I understand how the old school FGC may have had a problem with me, but I don't understand why the new school guys do it. Literally trying to bait them into making hate content on him, and that was somehow going to ingratiate him into their circles. How exactly?
Out and agree with me, just like you always do. All right.
So, and then I thought he was hoping that they would give him a chance, right? An opportunity for actual dialogue. What's he do? He threw them into the exact same fucking. He threw them all into. He blanket statement them basically. He basically threw all of them right into the same fucking chicken coop, and you know, it is what it is. Here, let me bring that back.
Didn't earn anything, but we're given everything.
Cheers.
So now, because you chose not to cheat, not to spoil yourself,
Wow.
you're at an insane competitive disadvantage, and good luck having fun playing that game. So what you're telling me now is the only way to ever have fun with fighting games is to literally go online, watch every tutorial video, every matchup video, sit there in the lab endlessly for hours to even have a chance to win a casual match. Gee, I wonder why fighting games don't have longevity anymore. It's almost like none of that makes sense from any kind of a community perspective to welcome new players and make them feel like they could have fun with your game. Oh shit, it's almost like you need a fucking brain if you want your community to be successful. But these people don't have brains. They don't. They just want to be hype monsters on the internet. Okay. Well, I can't wait to hear how tomorrow the entire FGC will be up in arms against DSP, and we're going to have every top player on the planet making videos about me and crapping on me. It'll be hilarious. Really, it will. In fact, I hope you do that. I really hope you do. I hope all you come out of the woodwork to crap on DSP once again, just so in 5 years' time you can all come out and agree with me. Just like
Sounds like a really pathetic cry for help, to be honest with you, but that's just me though.
you always do. All right. So we're at $47 of support, and Cypress TV, 29 months as a member, says, "Hey Phil, have a great stream." Thank you very much, Cypress. That was just the pop-up message. That was not a fresh one. Okay. Well, guys, I obviously went long on that segment. In fact, I'd like to highlight that segment, but I'm not even sure really where to highlight that segment for later, so I don't even know if I'll be able to, quite frankly. I guess we'll have to see. But does anyone have anything they'd like to talk about before we adjourn here? And we get into Metal Gear. I said Metal Gear. Holy shit. We get into Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. What's up, Game Boy? How are you today? Cracker Jack says, you don't seem to enjoy fighting games, so why play them? See, here's the thing, Cracker Jack, and this is what people don't get. I actually do like fighting games.
No, he don't. He doesn't at all. The only reason why he plays fighting games, which he really doesn't play fighting games, he plays Street Fighter, is because it's the only thing that he believes he's actually good at and he should be acknowledged for. He's terrible at it, just like he's terrible at everything else, to be honest with you. But because he's had some type of recognition with it is the reason why he sticks with it.
And I actually very much enjoy when I play and I feel like I've discovered something, or I have a really good match against a player who's not just playing a pattern.
And who's the one who determines that? Who's the one that determines that, oh, this guy isn't a pattern player. This guy isn't a flowchart player. This guy isn't some scrub that watched, tutorial videos to get to where he's at now. How does he determine that? How does anybody do it? Just asking.
The moments of, again, the adrenaline, the endorphins are running, right? What do they call it? The chemical that you get when something clicks and you feel good about yourself or
Dopamine?
whatever. I get that feeling. The problem is you have to trudge through so much shit to get there. It'd be like, there's your
Is that you working for it? Didn't you just say that? You have to learn it. You have to earn it. You have to, what? Oh my God.
reward way out there, but there's an insane liquid lake of duty that you have to wade through to get to the good thing. Dopamine. I guess that's what it's called. Dopamine. There you go. So, yeah. And it sucks that it didn't used to be like that. Like, no exaggeration. When I played Street Fighter 4, all right, I would boot it up and play it online, and the game was laggy as fuck. All right, it really was. But simply having a general knowledge of Street Fighter and applying that to the new game mechanics that were in Street Fighter 4, I was able to experiment and learn strategies that allowed me to win online and get good wins, and it felt great. I didn't study videos. I didn't copy anyone. I didn't go to tournaments. I just learned for myself, and I had a great time, and I had insanely successful video series based off of it called the Madness series, where I would play one character for like a half an hour, 2 hours, and just make tons of matchup videos of them. And you would actually see how I would learn and advance my gameplay during those sessions, right? And it was a great feeling. And no one then had a guide or online videos or streams to just copy. And then the moment that you play, you got to face the meta. Like, the meta was not discovered for so long that it was fun.
That's not true either. But look, that's not true. First off, I don't think in Street Fighter 4 there really was a meta. You had characters, I mean, obviously you had characters that were fucking crazy. Like, let's see, you had Abel, you had Rufus, you had Seth before he got nerfed. Heavy, goddamn, they nerfed the shit out of him. You had Yun, you had Chun-Li, Sagat, you had fucking hey, who else was crazy? I mean, they were all crazy. Like Hakan was stupid for the longest time. Like, Infiltration got shitload of mileage out of them. Adon was dumb crazy. Dumb crazy. Like, if it wasn't for Gamer B, I would have never had no faith in him. Because I remember when Adon came out, Justin said, yeah, he's a terrible character. I don't think he's going to do much. And obviously, we all saw how that played out if you guys know your lore as it pertains to the FGC. They were, I don't know, like, any character in Street Fighter 4 was viable as far as I'm concerned. There wasn't anybody who wasn't, you know? Because even as you got into the later editions, fucking hey, Arturo Sanchez, he went on a crazy ass run. Well, he's a Dazim or Slim specialist, but he went on a crazy run for a long time. He had a crazy run. Long Island Joe had that. Well, that was Street Fighter 5, but Long Island Joe had also had some crazy runs though during the Street Fighter 4 era. Dominion, who Arturo's kind of beefing with now because you know that guy had crazy money for a custom PC that Arturo never built. Dominion went on a crazy ass run with his Guile. A crazy ass run. I'm talking about he was beating some of the best in the world. You know what I'm saying? He went on a crazy ass run. He came out of nowhere, and that wasn't right when Street Fighter 4 came out. That took a little while before he finally found his groove. I wouldn't have said there's a meta in Street Fighter 4. I think any character could have been viable. I mean, obviously people went with what they thought could win. But even then, you know what I'm saying? Justin's Rufus got ended up getting dethroned. Ricky Ortiz's Rufus eventually got dethroned. They play completely different. Fucking PR Balrog went on a crazy ass run with his Balrog and shit. Fucking Smugs Dudley went on a crazy ass run. Sorry, I'm just gonna talk your ear off with that shit. I don't agree with that, but that's just me.
But the thing is, I agree with you. Like, I get frustrated a lot because
no, you get frustrated all the time because you're bad at games and you just won't accept it.
Today, because again, back in the day, you can make a mistake and
because he gets mad at the fucking remasters of those old games that he's playing. He gets beat up in. What's he have to say then?
Wasn't the end of the game.
And then he's too scared to go on Fightcade because he knows he's gonna get fucking beat up.
Today you make a mistake. Oh, now's my chance to hit that 80% punish combo that I learned by labbing for 5 hours by copying that top content creator. What? So everyone has the best optimal combo at all times. So if, God forbid, there's a...
It just sounds like a lame who can't compete. That's literally what this comes down to. It literally just sounds like somebody who's a lame who can't compete.
One dropped input, or you touch the wrong button, or you have a slight mistiming, or God forbid the netcode sucks, which it does in Street Fighter 6. If the netcode drops your input or mistimes something, the whole round is over. That's not how it's supposed to be in a fighting game. Really, it's not. That's not what fighting games were ever about. And I feel like these modern players and even the modern game designers, they just don't get it. They have lost what made games fun back then. And that's why these games are just flash in the pan successes that don't last. You cannot argue that fighting games lasted way longer back in the day than they do today.
That might not have even been a good thing, them lasting as long as they did, to be honest with you. That's stifling shit. Why do you think people keep bringing up, why haven't we gotten a CVS 3 yet? Why didn't we get a Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but, you know what I'm saying, like, similar to the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 style? People complain about those things to this very day, and they should. You know what I'm saying? We should have had a CVS 3 by now. Or Capcom vs. SNK 3, I should say.
You just can't argue it. They did. And no one was complaining that the games were too samey and boring. People loved them.
No, there was too many people that were playing too many games. He won't bring that up. See, unlike DSP, because he couldn't do it, because he's a fucking mongoloid, there were people who played multiple games back in those days. So you could never really, I mean, you could still get bored, but they played multiple games. They were multi-talented, if you will, in multiple games. DSP can never say that. He can never contribute himself to any of that. And he knows it. And it hurts his feelings. And it actually hurts him. Where he had to devote himself to Super Turbo, and he tried to dabble in these other games and got beat up and was the walking ATM and just got his pockets run. Everybody else could compete in something else and find a niche outside of their main game. Just like you have your main character, you have a secondary character, and then you have a pocket character, like that.
Oh, let's see here. Dapan says the meta videos don't even help most people. You've seen it yourself. As soon as you break the pattern, they lose instantly. They've not learned anything. They're mimicking. You're right. You're right.
No. You don't get to go back on that. You don't get to go back on that. See, because he's not thinking. He saw what he wanted to see, and now he's moving off of it. And he's not actually thinking about his point. He's not actually thinking about what's saying. You're saying that these videos are the ones that are fucking everything up, but you're the one who's also said that, hey, once you beat them out of their pattern, oh, they're useless. Nothing about nothing. So what are you complaining about then?
And that's sad because, again, just by playing the pattern well, they can win and ruin the online experience of a fighting game. They really can. Like, no one wants to have to fight through armies of samey people that actually are very
samey people? What kind of term is that?
Very hard to beat. You have to super memorize the insane timing. Like, Cammy is the worst. Everything is safe. Every move she has, every setup, if they just play the pattern.
He's a dit. Holy fuck, he's a dit. And I'd like to say, if he would just sit down and actually look at her like character data, he would have a grasp of it, but he's retarded, so he's not going to do that.
Pattern.
Not even lazy, he's just retarded.
They're safe 98% of the time. So you got to look for that one moment of execution they fuck up, or you got to look for that actual one moment when she's not safe, which is very rare. Very rare. And that's why the game's not fun to play. You know, no one wants to deal with that shit. Can you imagine someone trying to play Street Fighter 6 right now, day one, first time? Oh, I want to play it.
I mean, people do that. People do that all the time. What are you talking about?
Dude, they're going to run for the hills after 20 minutes. Like, fuck this game. What a bunch of assholes.
Oh, well, they're not quitters and losers like you, so no. Sorry, Phil. It's not a thing. That's like me. Like, let me give you an example. Like, one of my favorite Call of Duty... Well, it's not one of my favorites. I enjoy it. My favorite Call of Duty of all time is Black Ops 2. But, a game that I do enjoy is Black Ops Cold War. I didn't enjoy it when it first came out for various reasons, and some of those same reasons still apply to now. But it's grown on me, I suppose. Maybe I judged it too harshly. Anyway, you find new people who play that game all the time. That game's, what, 5 years old? It shit came out in, what, 2020? 2019? Not 2019. It came out in 2020, I'm pretty sure. And people still jump into that game. And there was a time, by the way, and that wasn't too long ago, only in the last couple years, there was a time where that game wasn't even safe to play. Like, you should not play that game if you didn't want your information to get clapped up. And that was whether you were on PC or console. Activision only got off their fucking ass and fixed that over the last, like, year or two. I'd say probably two plus. So there was for a while, it was not even safe to play that game. So there's that. And new people jump into that shit all the time. People jump into new Call of Duty games or fighting games just like anything else.
You know?
But since this idiot is so online dependent, You know what I'm saying? He tries to come at it from what he perceives to be in the online mindset, and that's just not how the world as a whole works.
Valkyl says, I'm playing Virtua Fighter 5 and came with a combo for the character I played based off of patterns I saw in a tournament. It felt great doing, even if it wasn't optimal, because you figured it out for yourself. That's yours. That's your style. There are people.
No, it's not. He sat there and it's a fucking amalgamation of shit that he fucking grabbed from other people. And because you're a fucking idiot, he admitted that that's just not optimal. Meaning that he's not getting the most damage that he can out of it. He's probably not getting very good placement or positioning and whatnot. Do you not know what optimal? Let me stop. I care too damn much. I care too damn much.
Okay, who will do non-optimal combos because it's easier for them with their own muscle memory to do that combo. Maybe it's
that doesn't make it a good thing though, Phil. It's a foundation. They can build off of it, but that's not a good thing to be doing non-optimal combos, Phil.
10 less damage points. But hey, if you could consistently pull that combo off all the time, instead of doing the optimal combo but having a chance of dropping it, do the other combo.
No, that's not good. Here's the thing. If you have non-optimal combos, what you need to do is tighten up. You need to polish that shit. You need to clean it up. Because if not, you're going to spend all that effort getting minimum damage, no placement, no positioning, and then you're going to get punished later. That is fucked up that he would tell people that. It's fucked up that he would endorse that. Because he's literally telling you, don't try to get better, just go with what you know. Don't ever do that. In anything in life, don't ever do that. Fucking A, man.
And that's your choice. That's what no one does anymore. Like literally, that's what we have not had anymore. There's no, I made this active choice to do this to make it my own play style. Everyone just says, well, I played the meta. I played the meta. Excuse me. Dave Double H says, by this logic, no one should make Monster Hunter weapons tutorials. Monster Hunter is not competitive. Monster Hunter is an online co-op game that's meant for fun and camaraderie, and you can use those strategies if you want. You don't have to, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't. It doesn't ruin the game. Okay? Actually exposing the meta of a competitive game to everyone where you're forced to be competitive ruins the game.
You're forced to be competitive in a competitive game. Did he really just say that?
Their own muscle memory to do that combo. Maybe it's 10 less damage points, but hey, if you could consistently pull that combo off.
Yes, keep selling yourself short. That's basically what he's saying. So ass clowns like him can come out there and take advantage of your fucking ass.
All the time, instead of doing the optimal combo but having a chance of dropping it, do the other combo. And that's your choice. That's what no one does anymore. Like literally, that's what we have not had anymore. There's I made this active choice.
Because he's out here literally looking for victims. He's actively looking for people that he can victimize.
To do this to make it my own play style. Everyone just says, well, I played the meta. I played the meta.
Sick little person. Holy shit, bro.
Excuse me. Dave Double H says, by this logic, no one should make Monster Hunter weapons tutorials. Monster Hunter is not competitive. Monster Hunter is an online co-op game that's meant for fun and camaraderie, and you can use those strategies if you want. You don't have to, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't. It doesn't ruin the game. Okay? Actually exposing the meta of a competitive game to everyone where you're forced to be competitive ruins the game.
Exposing the meta to a competitive game that forces you to be competitive is bad. Almighty Tevin was right. Praise be. He was right. All those years ago, he told Phil that he should go back and listen to his own content so he can hear how stupid he sounds. And it's a damn shame that DSP never listened to him. Holy shit. And it just gets worse and worse every year. It really do. I'm here for it, but good God, it just gets worse and worse every year.
There's a distinct difference between the style of game. Stanley25 says, I would lock myself away to learn Guile in Street Fighter 4. I didn't have internet at the time where I lived. I would destroy people in my circle because I put in the time and I learned the game. And I bet you felt damn good about it because no one showed you how to do it and you didn't copy anyone to do it. You learned it, right? You toughed it out and you learned it. It's the equivalent. I know this is a silly thing to say because it's a fantasy movie. Rocky versus Ivan Drago. Rocky, who literally self-fucking trained himself and learned everything through hard work and perseverance, the underdog, versus Ivan Drago, the dude who had all the modern technology, everything handed to him. He was pumped with chemicals and he was fucking worked by the top fucking guys in the world, right? That's what it feels like playing Street Fighter unless you fucking sit there and laugh. It's insane. Why do I have to be fucking Rocky against Ivan Drago to...
Who can even relate to that, Phil? Like, do you even hear yourself talk? Thanks, man. I don't know. I don't know. Holy shit. I never looked at Darksydephil as a worthy opponent in anything, to be honest with you. But the mental faculties, man, are just crap. He's damn near crapping out, man. This is just sad, bro. To see him monkey bar from, like, grasping from reason to reason. You know what I'm saying? He claimed victory over, well, in video, I should say. So I talk too damn much. He claimed victory damn near an hour ago. No. Let me take it back. I'd say like 40, 50 minutes ago. He claimed victory. And yet he's still fighting to defend it. And he's changing tactics and he's changing fronts to try to stay ahead of it. He sounds like someone who's already lost. Like, why are you trying so hard? Move the fuck on. If you won, then stand on business and move on. But he can't because he knows he hasn't won anybody over.
play a casual match in Street Fighter 6? What is wrong with people?
Trying to play a casual match in Street Fighter 6, which he admitted is a competitive game. All right.
Dante Inferno, thanks for the membership. He says, do patch note videos fall into the same category? See, the thing with a patch note video is you're just relaying public knowledge of what was tweaked. You're not actually showing how to implement those tweaks for maximum benefit. So literally listing facts versus saying...
You literally don't... You've never watched the patch... He must have not watched the patch note video. I'll give you an example. There's a guy by the name of Desk who I really, really, really enjoy watching his content. Watches... He does like a lot of fighting game content, basically, and whatnot. He does like combo videos. Essentially, that's what he does. He does combo videos and some pretty neat tutorials. That's literally what he does for patch notes. He shows you what this particular move did and the effect that it had before the patch, and it shows you afterwards. He clearly don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
And here's the experience of...
Now, does everybody do it that way? No. The videos that are usually valued the most, though, they usually give you the before and after, so you get that understanding. Like you can see the visual effects, right? And the visual cues along with, obviously, whatever text they put down there. Or voiceover.
How to use those facts is different.
So, give you the information that this is how it changed, but don't tell them how to use it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just... Yikes. Yikes, man. Fucking A. Not a friend in the world. See, that's why he keeps crossing his arms. He's just hugging himself because there's nobody else there to do it for him. I want to say that jokingly, but I'm pretty serious about that. That's really sad.
These idiots here. All right. Anything else, guys? By the way, thanks for your support. Again, really, guys, today, I need to hit the goals. I need to hit the goals on this stream, and I need to hit it on the late stream so we can do DSP Tries It tomorrow. So we can have the food show up, for the right day and everything. Let's do it. So please support if you can. And thanks to those who already have. We're already a third of the way to the goal. But let's not stall, because this is what happened yesterday. We had a really good start, and then when I started playing the game, we completely stalled and didn't hit the goal. Let's hit the goal today.
You cheap bastards. Why'd you stop giving me money?
Dapian says, I do miss having to change my playstyle based on who I'm playing instead of now. Unless I do my character's optimal moves, my character doesn't even work. Never mind what my opponent does. I can tell you, I can 100% tell you this, okay? That playing Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, okay? The game that I'm the best at.
A 20-plus-year-old game. Never improved, never got better in any game since that 20-plus-year-old game. Keep that in mind.
Feels insanely completely different than playing any modern fighting game. It just does.
He's not even good at any of the games that were out around that time. He's bad at all of those games too. So the only thing he can hang his hat on is a 20-plus-year-old fucking game. And he's got the nerve to dictate to you or anybody else how a modern game should be. Wow.
Super Turbo, all right? It is just at the entry level. It's a completely different game. It doesn't feel like you're even playing the same series anymore because they've turned these games into so many mechanics, so many easy mode things. Back then, it was about now.
I don't know how you're going to say easy mode when yet again you can't compete. It wasn't that it's not so easy then, is it?
Knowledge, timing, spacing, mix-ups, tricks, reactions were huge.
Coming from the same person who just mashes whatever move that can get the counter hit. And then is such a coward and knows this that he actually has to hide his camera in front of where the counter hit button would, where the counter hit cue would come up, just so people don't figure out that he's just spamming. Imagine that.
It's hilarious. I would tell you this, no lie. Okay, no fucking lie. 80% of the competitive things that I use playing Super Turbo, I don't ever use in modern fighting games. 80% are just dropped, not used, not needed.
You know how mentally stunted you must be that you think that what goes on in Super Turbo should be universally accepted and integrated into every other fighting game. Holy shit. That's why he's a Capcom whore.
Because they don't even work anymore. Zoning?
Oh, play like you know anything about zoning or spacing. This idiot doesn't even know what a meaty is. Not a proper one anyway. But he wants to sit there and tell you this. Holy shit.
Barely even exists in a fighting game anymore. Good luck trying to zone. The best I can do is doll zim. And even then, it's very hard to hard zone someone in a modern fighting game. It's just not possible.
You mean lockdown?
Possible. With the amount of maneuverability and stuff that they put into them now. You know what I mean?
Oh no, it's almost like you have to think when you do stuff, Phil.
Actual footsies, almost non-existent. Everyone just has one or two buttons that beats everything.
You're too slow, and you don't know how to use your buttons properly. You can't just spam shit out and expect to win everything.
As opposed to back then, it was this beats this, this beats this, this beats this, this leads to this, this is a trick that leads to this. Now it's just...
So you're literally relying on gimmicks. So you were literally Actually, I can go further than that. He's literally counter-picking people. Which is funny because he used to accuse Evil AJ of doing that. Wow, that says a lot.
Walk forward, press the button. Walk one step back. Oh, press the button again. Oh, low kick, button. Oh, I win.
Yeah, it's called frame data. I mean, they were in the old games too, but DSP don't know shit about that. So most of the things that he believes should win, it doesn't. And Evil AJ already proved this, so I'm just preaching to the choir on this point.
All right, guys, I guess we will adjourn. All right, so here's the deal. It is Ninja Guide now, and it is Smart Guys tonight. So tonight on the late stream, head over to DSP Reacts, at DSP Reacts on YouTube at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, or to the Kick channel for the wrestling commentary show with PPP. All right, tomorrow we're back to a full day of gaming. It's going to be my first ever stream of Onimusha, and I am going to attempt to play Street Fighter 6 again on the late stream, but I don't know how it's going to go. When I played it on Sunday, it went poorly. Like, it legit lagged all night. And the funny part is, I've now played other games online, including the Monster Hunter beta, including Black Ops 6, and neither of those lagged. So if I play Street Fighter 6 again and it lags only when I'm playing Street Fighter 6, that means it's something with Street Fighter 6 that has changed that's screwing everything up. So I guess we'll have to see what happens. Okay? Okay. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you.
Oh boy. Oh man, that was something. I gotta tell you. Holy shit. So many problems. Like, good God, man. Yikes. Alright, big ups to Raw Phil yet again. Holy shit, man. So many problems. Let's see. What are we gonna go with? What are we gonna go with? How about, yeah, let's do that. Alright. Like I said, big ups to Raw Phil. Oh my gosh, that's fucking silly, bro. Like, that's definitely a dented gold medal performance, man. Like a triple dented gold medal performance, man. He tried everything he could in his wheelhouse to try to get his point or make it stick or try to basically co-sign to other people's points if it was close enough to his own. The reality is, ladies and gentlemen, it was just gatekeeping. That's purely what it comes down to. It's just gatekeeping. DSP is all about trying to get his own clout and make money off that content before anybody and everybody else. He wants to be able to play his weaker players or his scrub players or his new players and be able to get off so he can run back to the FGC hierarchy and be like, hey, look at my win-loss percentage. You guys should accept me. That's all it really comes down to. I will say, I wasn't expecting the childhood shit towards the end. That threw me off a bit, a little bit. But hearing how lonely, to be honest with you, that he was in the back in the arcade scene, it's kind of jarring. Especially since we know about John, we know about Howard, we know about all those guys, we know about T, we know about Scott. But if we're talking about, but it's clearly he's talking about before that. So we're talking about in his early years, before he got acquainted with them. Just in case you guys don't know, DSP didn't meet John until after 2005, because after DSP's 2005 placement, obviously they were in the similar area, give or take, and people had spread that around about DSP that, oh shit, he made 4th place, yada yada yada, and that's how John ended up getting introduced to Phil. So you got to think everything before that is probably what DSP's talking about, and it just sounds, his gatekeeping comes from the fact that he didn't have nothing, and no one was willing to share anything, and he, in his head, came to the conclusion, oh well, you know, it's the competitive thing, this, that, and the third, but reality is, it's just greedy and selfish. He felt that people should have given him everything on a silver platter. They didn't. So why would he let the next man have it? That's basically what it comes down to. So it's just greed, being envious. You know, all the trademarks of what makes, you know, gatekeeping. Like I said, if I had any type of conscience, I would say it's sad. It's really kind of sad that he grew up that way. But I've heard enough FGC guys speak on stream or speak in on video to know that's not how the actual scene was, to be honest with you. And I think that's really just the perception of his scene. I don't even think it was actually that bad. I think whatever it is that allows him to be the Lone Ranger and shit, you know, for him to be the, you know, solely only relying on himself. But that's clear. If that's the case, why doesn't he hold any of those tomes now? He's dependent on everybody for everything, from playing games to begging for money to all that. If he came up with this supposedly strong foundation where you have to do for self and rely on oneself, why doesn't he exercise that stuff now? Should really make you think. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. And I will catch you guys for the next one of these, whenever that may be. Hopefully sooner than later. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Snort Report. This has been DSP News. Always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh yes. A GTG Networking Productions for the Snort Report, for SnortBucks Coffee Company, and all of our partners, subsidiaries, and affiliates. I've been your host / anchor GTG, and I'm signing off. Take care of yourselves, my people. God damn, man, that just sounds lonely. It really does. It sounds really sad and lonely. Anyway, take care of yourselves, my people. Later.